Good morning, everyone. We're going to call our hearing back to order. Thanks again for everyone being here this morning. I'm Jay Griffin, Chair of the Public Utilities Commission. Also in attendance at our virtual hearing, Commissioners Jennifer Potter, Commissioner Leo Suntian. This is our hearing for PUC docket number 2018-0088 related to the Commission's investigative proceeding presiding officer, as well as a 1 hour break for lunch between approximately noon and 1. Just like yesterday, we will see how we're doing and adjust accordingly. Hearing is scheduled to adjourn for the day at 5 p.m. Again, if we need to, we may stay to try and complete the panel examinations. So with that concludes the housekeeping matters. We will begin with the party presentations in the order listed in the option C document provided by letter to the parties on September 2nd. I think as you all know, you have up to 30 minutes for each of your presentations. We will give you warnings at the 5-minute and 1-minute marks. And with that, we will start with the Hawaiian Electric's presentation. I believe as yesterday, we will have our staff sharing the screen here and advancing the presentation for you. So those of you using PowerPoint will continue with that format. And with that, when the Hawaiian Electric team is ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Joe Viola, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for Hawaiian Electric Companies. And we're going to ask our outside counsel for the Hawaiian Electric Companies, Mr. Tom Williams, to do our presentation. Thank you. Tom, take it away.
Thank you, Joe. If there's any difficulty understanding me, let me know. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, commission staff, and consultants, parties, and members of the public who may be tuning in via YouTube as I did yesterday. I am Thomas Williams, and I will be making the revenue mechanisms presentation on behalf of the 3 Hawaiian Electric companies. I've had the privilege to participate in this essential commission-directed PBR proceeding over the last 2.5 years, and to hear and learn from all of you. I appreciate the focus on goals and outcomes. As a practitioner in the energy and utility arena in Hawaii over the last 45 years, I also understand the importance of having specific strategies to achieve the goals and specific action plans to implement the strategies. The details are important. Given the importance of desired goals and outcomes, I'm going to focus first on our proposed financial integrity goals and then address questions and issues posed by the Commission for this panel. These financial integrity goals help inform the positions we have taken on revenue mechanism issues. Slide 2. The Commission established utility financial integrity as one of the 3 guiding principles to inform the development of PBR mechanisms in Phase 2. To its credit, the Commission solicited perspectives from debt and equity analysts during the Phase 1 and Phase 2 workshops. Recent developments, including impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, have emphasized the importance of the company's credit quality as they strive to provide safe, adequate, reliable, resilient, and secure service, while leading the way under the Commission's guidance and direction in achieving the state's clean energy objectives. The multi-year rate plan can and should be designed to provide the companies with a reasonable opportunity to achieve certain defined credit rating goals and to ensure that the revised MRP does not result in the loss of regulatory accounting under ASC 980 for the companies. Next slide. These are the goals that we have proposed. The focus at this time should be on the near-term goal. The outcome of this docket is important in determining whether that desired outcome is achieved. Our RSOP, Reply SOP, and its exhibits address the inadequacy of existing credit ratings, the benefits of higher credit ratings, the cost of improving credit ratings, and the other parties' over-reliance on quantitative credit rating metrics. There should be robust downside protection for credit ratings that activate before ratings are threatened. Mr. Todd Shipman, who's one of our panelists, can attest from actual experience with S&P that preventing a downgrade is more efficient than trying to recover from one. Next slide. I'm not going to linger, but the S&P credit ratings are just slightly above junk status, and only one electric utility is rated lower than Hawaiian Electric. Next slide. The Baa2 credit rating by Moody's puts the company in the bottom quartile. 84 of 101 companies are rated higher. In February 2014, when Moody's upgraded most U.S. investor-owned utilities, Hawaiian Electric was not upgraded due to declining metrics and higher leverage. Then in August 2016, Moody's downgraded Hawaiian Electric to Baa2 from Baa1. This credit rating situation should be a significant concern considering our state's transformational goals. The company's credit quality is important whether it is the companies making the investments or whether third parties make the investments. As the only purchasing party for long-term utility-scale renewable projects on the islands, the strength of the company's balance sheet provides the financial underpinning to attract external investors. Maintaining a strong investment-grade credit rating is a key objective to enable the company to remain a financially strong counterparty for renewable PPAs with independent developers. Those are not the company's words, that's your auditor's words from the recent audit report. And so, one important lesson of the COVID-19 crisis is that the companies need to be prepared for the unexpected. Next slide. Now for the good news, there's a realistic opportunity to improve the credit ratings. The current positive outlook is largely based on the rating agency's positive assessment of commission orders and guidance in this PBR proceeding. Ultimately, however, their assessment will be based on what the commission actually does. With respect to ASC 980, some parties downplay the significance of losing regulatory accounting. In light of those statements, I urge yourself position of a rating agency or a potential investor in Hawaiian Electric, or even a potential investor in a renewable energy project in Hawaii. We will still be a small electric utility without interconnections to other electric systems in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. But we would also be reporting more volatile and uncertain earnings than other electric utilities and would be an outlier with respect to reported financial results. I submit that is not a desired outcome. Next slide. Let's get closer to the Commission's questions. The revised multi-year rate plan set in this docket will result in changes to the existing MRP. We're not implementing MRP for the first time, as the Commission has recognized in its order, and most of the parties have recognized in their submissions. In formulating and updating our MRP proposals, the companies have considered MRPs submitted and approved in other jurisdictions, tried to rely on their experience, and the reports of our expert consultants who are participants in this panel and are available to answer questions. With respect to the control period, in DNO 36326, the Commission stated that Phase 2 will focus on the development of requirements for a 5-year MRP. Some of the parties wanted longer control and appear to be attempting to achieve that result through uncertainty as to what will happen at the end of the control period. That kind of uncertainty will not help us retain and improve our credit ratings or help us continue to qualify for regulatory accounting. We go into that a lot more detail in our report, but time is limited. With respect to implementation lag, a simplified RAM formula should be adopted and the regulatory lag and accrual of the ARA canon should be eliminated. The consumer advocate is amenable to this change, but then proposes that the value be given back to customers in the form of an upfront consumer dividend. We'll address that later. issue of whether current rates should be continued or whether new base rates should be set is moot. With limited exceptions, the current rates are being continued. Next slide, please. Sounds like I'm going fast. I am. This is the formula that was in the commission's order. This is not an actual mathematical formula. This is a conceptual representation of the error formula. Next slide. This is my attempt to better illustrate the math. I'm not going to walk through this, but I think it's important to understand what's being adjusted by the formula and what's not being adjusted by the formula. Next slide. I know the numbers are small, but this illustrates, based on one of our scenarios, 5B, what happens with the adjustments. The numbers under base are where we are in 2020. You notice that there are two buckets. One is the part that's going to be adjusted by the error formula, and one is the MPIR bucket. Under a normal multi-year rate plan, those would have been combined into one target revenue in the rate cases. That did not happen. So we have two separate buckets continuing forward. There are two choices here. We could have applied the error formula to the total of the MPIR beginning bucket and ARA beginning bucket. That would be what would happen in a normal plan. But we've been conservative. We're only applying that adjustment formula to the ARA bucket. It does not apply to the beginning MPIR adjustment. You notice that this is the scenario that assumes we have a rate case in 2025. Those amounts for the rate case are reflected in, if you look in the 2025 column, it's down there at the bottom. That's how much we get in 2025 if you have a test year with a test year increase effective June 1. And then 46 million in 2026 back up on line 3 is what the full year effect of that rate case would be. Well, the fact that we have a rate case and an increase in the rate case is because under this scenario, we're not getting enough money under the ARA formula, so a rate case was needed. If you go to the next one, this is in prior presentations, we haven't been able to present the Hawaii Electric Light or Maui Electric. We now have those results, so I've included those. I don't really have time to walk through them. The next one, please. This is Maui Electric. And I would point out that the numbers in the tables, this is for Carl's benefit, the numbers in the tables were excluding revenue taxes, and then it was grossed up at the bottom to incorporate the revenue taxes. Next one, please. This is scenario 5C. This assumes we don't have a rate case. And so it shows what the result would be each year without that 2025 rate case. Now we can skip to slide 16. Next. Okay. These are questions posed by the Commission. What are reasonable factors and implementation methods to effectively account for inflation and productivity? Long answer to this one. These are the questions that were provided on September 16th. Let's start with the I factor. The parties are pretty much all proposing to use GDPPI as the I factor. This is a measure of economy-wide output price inflation. It's not a measure of industry, electric, utility input cost inflation. I think the analyses done by various parties, including Blue Planet, show that GDPPI significantly understates input cost inflation for electric utilities. The methodologies used by PEG account, this is Pacific Economics Group, this is Mark Lowry, account for the difference. The X factor methodology used by Mr. Binns on behalf of Blue Planet accounts for the difference. The X factors proposed by the consumer advocate and Ulupono failed to account for this differential. I think it's also important to know that the financial analyses assumed a 2% GDPPI. The value for 2021 under our proposal, which is based on blue chip for September, is now known. It's 1.5, it'll be 1.5% for next year if our proposal is adopted. So this is going to produce less revenue than we were assuming in the financial analysis. With respect to X factor methodologies, let's go to slide 18. The company's proposed an X factor value of minus 1.32% is developed by PEG using the simplified con methodology. The process by which possible X factors were developed and supported by PEG is addressed at length in the various filings we've made, as is the process by which the company selected and vetted the proposed value of X of minus 1.32%. Blue Planet submitted that an X factor before including a placeholder for a consumer dividend of 25 basis points should be in the range of around minus 0.25 to minus 0.85%. These are negative values. Blue Planet made an MPIR adjustment of 1.06% to reach that result. We'll talk about that later. The city's recommendation regarding the X factor ranges from minus 0.39% to minus 0.75%. Ulupono and the consumer advocate propose an X factor of 0. I think the County of Hawaii does as well. I think it's important to note that the only other parties who have done an actual evaluation to determine what the X factor should be have concluded that it should be a negative number. The parties who recommended that it be 0 are simply intending to produce a result they desire. The only meaningful evidence in this case, we believe, supports a negative X factor. Looking at the RSOPs, I guess I do need to comment on this. Some of the parties claim that the Commission should not rely on an X factor analysis using other utilities, like PEG and Blue Planet did, and like other commissions have done, because these other utilities may not be subject to a PBR framework. There are many commissions that have relied on this type of analysis, like commissions in Alberta, British Columbia, California, Maine, Massachusetts, New Zealand, Ontario, Quebec, Vermont, have all used input price and productivity research to determine appropriate X factors. The argument of the other parties really does not hold water when viewed critically. If the proxies were only ultra efficient companies, then there would be no basis for including a consumer dividend or stretch factor, which these parties also include. I think if you have questions regarding that, Mr. Lowry, Dr. Lowry can respond. Next slide. Three questions from the Commission on consumer dividend. With respect to the factors that should be considered, the consumer dividend factor is a stretch factor or a reduction in allowed revenues. The inclusion of a stretch factor is generally justified on the grounds that operation under incentive plan, which should increase efficiency. At the time of the August 2019 PEG report, PEG reported that the average stretch factor in current North American MPIRs was 0.22%. That was the proxy value used by the companies in their earlier financial evaluations before completion of the management audit. Some of the other parties have adopted that value. That translates to about 1.54 million in 2021 for Hawaiian Electric. based on base target revenues of 700 million. That can be compared with the consumer dividends being proposed by some of the other parties. The consumer advocate sees the consumer dividend as a vehicle to return to customers on day one. The RAM mechanism by using 4 years worth of the value of eliminating the tag, they can propose a day one value of about almost 35 million, including revenue taxes, or almost 32 million, excluding revenue taxes. This takes into account the recently refiled response to PUC CAIR 13. We have 3 primary criticisms of this proposal. The first is the lack of justification for taking the lag elimination benefit and equating it to what the consumer dividend arising out of a revised MRP should be. Second, the levelized present value of the current year and 3 future years, if paid out in the first year, would not be the sum of the 4 years. That would be significantly less on a present value basis. Third, this assumed an I value of 2%. The actual values can end up being smaller or larger. As we've said, the value for 2021 looks, if our proposal is adopted, will be only 1.5%. I think Ulupono attempted to do an analysis where they took the value 2% and took it all the way out to 2045 and then discounted that back to present value. I don't think I can say enough negative about that approach, but it basically assumes that despite the 5-year control period, there'll be no changes in the plan through 2045, at least with respect to the formula and the consumer dividend. And it also assumes there'll never be another consumer dividend in another plan, because we'll have taken care of it all in 2022. I think it also disregards the value of maintaining cash flow and the impact on credit metrics. Next slide. The Commission's second question was, to what extent, if any, should savings identified in the management audit be incorporated into the determination of the CD? And we believe that should be the basis for the consumer dividend. These are the values that we have calculated for the consumer dividend based on the committed savings. Next slide. Just one more question on the consumer dividend. What consideration should be given to the timing and allocation of the consumer dividend? We think it should track the time of the savings commitment, timing of the savings commitment, and should not be loaded into a one-time bill credit at the front end. The efficiencies would not all be achieved on day one of the control period, obviously, so we think they should track. With respect to major project interim recovery, the Commission has posed 3 questions. I'm going to take them in reverse order. The review, if there's no GO7 proceeding, should be in the proceeding seeking to recover costs through the MPIR mechanism. The business case should address alternatives. That would be simplified to the extent that projects have been considered through the IGP process. But I think, as Chair Griffin pointed out yesterday, we cannot necessarily wait for IGP to run its course before making proposals. With respect to the second question about eligibility requirements, we support the idea that the Commission, the companies, and the consumer advocate and customers should have a good idea of what the projects for which cost recovery will be allowed. That said, the largest ongoing issue with respect to MPIR appears to be the eligibility issue. In fact, a major part of the discussion has centered on what is eligible under the existing MPIR guidelines. Hopefully today we're going to focus on what would be eligible under revised guidelines or tariffs. We have filed black line changes to the guidelines. There is an unasked question. Should there be an offset to the calculated X value to account for the availability of MPIR mechanism? We say no, given the current MPIR proposal. We think we supported that in a variety of ways, including the financial analyses that have been done. A reasonable X factor adjustment could be warranted if a significant dollar amount of projects that are assumed to be recovered under the error formula are shifted to MPIR recovery. We calculated a 16 basis point adjustment for the supplemental response to PUC parties IR 04, which was submitted on September 17th. So there is a way to calculate an adjustment. Let's go to slide 25. Next. I'm trying to skip ahead here. The companies believe that the error formula and MPIR mechanism they have proposed are reasonable and are supported by the financial scenario adjustments, by the financial scenario results. These results are included for certain cases in slides 26 to 28. The results for HECO or Hawaiian Electric are shown in this particular slide. You can see that the bottom line is without a rate case in 2025. The top line is what happens if you have a corrective rate case in 2025. We're a little bit under the authorized return without the rate case and a little bit over with the rate case. The next slide. There hasn't been enough focus.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. There hasn't been enough focus on the neighbor islands. You can see that the results for Hawaii Electric Light are a lot worse and don't recover to the authorized return, even with the rate case. The next one is Maui Electric. Again, much lower results from the neighbor islands. Next slide. This slide, which does include the revenue taxes, attempts to illustrate how much we're getting from the MPIR mechanism as proposed through our analysis. You can see that the compound average increase is shown down at the bottom for 2021 to 2025 was about 0.38% for HECO. Next slide. It's higher for HELCO. Hawaii Electric Light is 0.98%. Next slide. And even higher for Maui Electric. The reason for that for Hawaii Electric Light and Maui Electric is that there are battery energy storage projects. I think if you were to say we should look at how much is being recovered by MPIR and automatically make an adjustment to the X factor, this rebuts that. We're recovering more through MPIR in both the HELCO and Maui Electric cases, but the results, including the effect of including these amounts in the MPIR, are much worse for Hawaii Electric Light and Maui Electric. The basic takeaway is one size doesn't fit all. You have to look at the MPIR and the ARA together. You have to do the financial analysis and then make your determination of what's going to be reasonable based on the best information you have going forward. I skip 32 to 35 because I'm running out of time. 36. The ESM off-ramps, annual review period, and other procedural safeguards, including the Z factor and the COCAM, play an important role in balancing the interest of customer protection and the utility's financial integrity. Go to 39. We focus on the ESM. I think if you look at, I can even cite the Ulupono's position as stating a pretty good reason for having a symmetrical ESM and the reasons why that balances the interests of customers and the utilities. Go to slide 40. So any presentation would not be complete without a very without a table with very small numbers that no one can read. But we're showing the difference between our proposals and that of the consumer advocate and Ulupono. The company's proposals provide for more sharing of favorable results on the upside with customers and more protection for the companies on the downside. The downside protection is consistent with the goals of at least maintaining the company's current inadequate credit ratings and allowing for the real possibility of improving those credit ratings. That's why I said the credit rating discussion informs our later proposals. We do find it encouraging that Ulupono and the consumer advocate have proposed symmetric earnings sharing mechanisms, and undoubtedly that would help with both credit ratings and with ASC 980 protection.
1 minute, Mr. Williams.
Thanks. On the implementation, I'm not going to go to slides, but what do we need to do in order to implement changes to the existing framework? Well, we need a decision. We need a process for proposing, reviewing, and implementing tariffs, incorporating the changes and the new PIMs. On the MPIR side, we are proposing tariffs that could be implemented with a March 15, 2021 adjustment. That reflects our understanding of the Commission's desire to proceed expeditiously. Admittedly, that could be challenging. The consumer advocate does not appear to be as optimistic and appears to assume that the MPIR provisions will apply before 2022. The companies have made significant progress in achieving transformational customer and state energy policy goals. The new regulatory framework should support, sustain, and even accelerate this process.
Mr. Williams, you can stop.
And I'll stop. Thank you so much for allowing us to participate in this docket and to make our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. We will now shift to the consumer advocate.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning,
Mr. Brush. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Griffin, Commissioners Potter and Ascension, staff, and hearing participants. I am Michael Brosh, consultant to the Consumer Advocate, and will be presenting along with Steve Carver to summarize our positions covering the topics listed for this panel. Before I get into details, I would like to provide an overview of the Consumer Advocate's perspective on revenue adjustment mechanisms. We have taken to heart the goals and outcomes adopted by the Commission in its Phase 1 order and recommend approval of revenue adjustment mechanisms that are customer-centric and that directly encourage affordability, utility cost control, and administrative efficiency. This involves moving deliberately away from cost of service regulation while at the same time protecting the financial integrity of the utilities. This approach recognizes at its core that Hawaii has an existing MRP with an ARA RAM, an ESM, and an MPIR, along with a full complement of compensatory tracking mechanisms for changes in sales volumes, fuel, purchase power, and other costs. The Consumer Advocate urges the Commission to carefully adopt only very targeted and evolutionary changes to the existing MRP so as to preserve its proven strengths while avoiding outcomes inconsistent with the stated goals and priorities already adopted by the Commission. In contrast, it should be recognized that the Hawaiian electric companies seek to liberalize all of the most important elements of Hawaii's existing MRP. The companies have proposed a significantly negative productivity factor to expand annual ARA revenue increases each year. HECO has also proposed expansion of eligibility for MPIR projects to further increase its revenue opportunity in the future. The companies seek liberalization of Z-factor criteria to shift more risks and potential future costs to customers, along with a proposed COCAM and off-ramp provision to protect shareholders if things don't work out financially. All of these changes that favor shareholders are then backstopped with aspirations of improved credit ratings, again at customers' expense, threats of lost regulatory accounting, and a reservation of legal entitlement to file rate cases anyway if PBR proves unacceptable to the utilities. The Consumer Advocate's reply SOP explains why these proposals should not be adopted by the Commission. Starting first with the ARA, there appears to be agreement to continue use of the GDPPI as the I factor to quantify annual inflationary adjustments to base target revenues. Every year, the utilities would receive automatic revenue increases to escalate the base rate recoveries of non-fuel O&M expense, depreciation and amortization expense, and return on investment costs in the same manner as the existing capped RAM. The Consumer Advocate and Ulupono Initiative recommend continued use of a zero productivity offset to inflation, mirroring the outcome produced by the existing capped RAM. In contrast, the utilities and Blue Planet recommend wide ranges of negative productivity X factors based upon historical average revenue or cost trends of other mainland utilities within selected sample groups across different historical periods. These studies of so-called VIEU historical performance involve other utilities that are not reasonable proxies for the future performance of the HECO companies, for the many reasons explained in the Consumer Advocate's RSOP. I will touch upon only a few of those problems here. First, the judgmental selection of the sampled utilities and periods of analysis used by Mr. Lowry and Mr. Benz significantly impact their resulting value for X. Two, mainland utilities in both PEG and Blue Planet's VIEU samples are not comparable to the HECO companies or predictive of future HECO productivity for reasons discussed in the Consumer Advocate's RSOP. Three, discretely large capital investments for baseload generation are included in PEG's sample group, overstating X for the HECO companies that are unlikely to build new generation, or, if they do so, the companies may receive additional MPIR recovery for such costs. Four, many mainland utilities have already invested heavily in grid modernization, where any comparable future investments for HECO are likely to be MPIR recoverable. Five, subjective adjustments made by PEG to nuclear and hydro generation and selected transmission accounts are unreasonable and distortive of results. Six, the PEG studies fail to account for rate base reductions arising from deferred taxes, an omission that seriously overstates cost growth trends. This is not a problem with Blue Planet's revenue trend approach. And finally, the PEG approach completely ignores the overlap and likely double recovery by HECO of costs through MPIR and REIP mechanisms, while the Blue Planet study attempts to adjust for this by judgmentally isolating costs at certain utilities in certain years that contain lumpy cost increases for that VIEU. These and other concerns set forth in the CA's filed RSOP explain why the results from historical VIEU average trend data is unreliable and unable to accurately estimate a reasonable future value for X for the HECO companies. Additionally, the VIEUs in the PEG and Blue Planet samples were not subject to PBR regulation and did not experience the incentives for rigorous cost control that will occur prospectively in Hawaii. Rather than adopting negative X and burdening customers with higher rates for business as usual operations, the Consumer Advocate has simply observed that what we have in place now for I-X is working. All three Hawaii utilities earned between 8.22 and 8.73% return on equity in the most recent 12-month reporting period after settling the HECO rate case with no rate increase and during a major public health emergency. Turning next to the consumer dividend, The consumer advocate recommends that the consumer dividend be designed to provide significant day one benefits to customers in the form of a bill credit that is earnings neutral to the utilities after 4 years. This recommended bill credit is tied directly to the consumer advocate's support for acceleration of the accrual date for ARA revenue increases. Our upfront bill credit approach produces no ongoing drag on future utility earnings, cash flows, or credit metrics, and can provide relief to customers in the very near future. In contrast, the companies propose to translate estimated management audit benefits into traditional revenue requirements across multiple future years and then track such amounts into initially negative or zero, and then generally smaller positive annual consumer dividend credits in later years. The company's approach to the consumer dividend is a complex vestige of traditional regulation that is dependent upon multiple accounting assumptions and translations. It would reduce and delay the realization of dividend benefits to consumers and would retain for the sole benefit of shareholders the value of accelerating ARA revenue increases to January 1. The consumer advocate has instead accounted for management audit benefits within its short-term financial model to recognize the expected delayed realization of the estimated benefits. This alternative accepts that MRP regulation creates strong incentives for the utilities to exploit all cost savings opportunities, not just those identified from the audit effort. However, if the Commission decides to explicitly include audit benefits within the consumer dividend, such amounts should be additive to the separately funded consumer dividend recommended by the CA that arises from acceleration of future ARA revenue increases. With respect to MPIR matters, the consumer advocate proposes no expansion or liberalization of the Commission's existing MPIR guidelines, other than to clarify terminology and allow recovery of certain qualifying expenses. We have submitted a major project special recovery and MPSR draft tariff to formalize and refine the existing guidelines with more precise definitions and proposed evaluative criteria. The MPIR mechanism should be reserved to provide additional cost recovery for only those projects qualifying as extraordinary and transformative in nature. This is necessary to avoid double recovery of more routine business as usual projects and program costs that are continuously funded through the company's base rates with ARA escalation. The retention of restrictive MPIR eligibility guidelines aligns with the stated views of most other parties except for the companies, where multiple forms of new projects are being proposed by HECO to be treated as eligible for MPIR revenue increases. The consumer advocate asserts that there must be specific eligibility requirements when seeking MPIR recovery to transparently define the opportunity recovery for only extraordinary types of costs. In its RSOP, the consumer advocate noted that without such strict eligibility constraints, there is no reliable way to isolate and offset the cost recoveries that are continuously occurring through base rate, utility collection of depreciation, amortization, return on investment, and O&M expenses. We should not ignore the fact that the utilities have significant costs embedded within base rates to recover routine capital additions, as well as software development, preliminary engineering, abandoned projects, and regulatory commission expenses that were quantified in prior test years. This reality makes it impractical and probably impossible to accurately determine whether any new incremental revenue above base rates is actually needed when and if new MPIR recovery in these areas becomes possible as recommended by the companies. Adopting HECO's vaguely defined expanded MPIR eligibility for new or unserved areas for software development or for resilience projects invites controversy and encourages MPIR applications seeking double recovery of costs, as more fully explained in the consumer advocate's RSOP. The review process for MPIR recovery should apply the existing GO7 threshold values to both capital and contractual expense obligations requiring business case support and evidence of project eligibility, quantifying any offsetting cost savings, and demonstrating how the project meets the evaluative criteria listed in CA Exhibit 5 that was attached to the Consumer Advocate's ISOP. Mr. Carver will now summarize the Consumer Advocate's position on remaining revenue mechanism issues identified by the Commission for discussion in this panel. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, other parties. The Consumer Advocate agrees with the other parties that the ESM, Z-factor, and other forms of safeguards specified in the Commission's Phase 1 order should serve critical roles in balancing the interests of customers with the financial interests of the utilities. The cornerstone of the Consumer Advocate's proposed safeguards is a robust, symmetrical ESM that provides for sharing of both upside and downside earnings excursions outside a broad deadband, coupled with a careful, deliberate review of the utility's annual MRP-ARA filings by the Commission and the Consumer Advocate. In addition to the broad deadband spanning 400 basis points and symmetrical sharing grid with customer participation ranging from 25% to 90%, the Consumer Advocate's proposed ESM also includes recognition of all utility revenues and costs, continuation of reporting on a regulatory basis of accounting, consistency in the reporting of annual ESM results for monitoring purposes, expansive measurement of earnings. In other words, all existing and new revenue sources and related expenses and investment-related costs are included, and inclusion of all PIM, SSM-related rewards, penalties, and costs incurred to achieve that performance. Under the MRP-ARA regulatory regime, the utilities would have opportunities to retain additional earnings along with targeted performance incentives and potential new service revenues backstopped by the proposed ESM. The guardrail attributes of the ESM should eliminate the need for any return to traditional cost of service regulation at the end of the control period or for any off-ramp provisions driven by financial reasons. A chart submitted within the Consumer Advocate's initial statement of position at 69 illustrated how the proposed ESM parameters would serve as guardrails for utility ROE levels before and after ESM effects. Another table offered in the Consumer Advocate's ISOP demonstrated the stress test protective value of the ESM upon ROE and credit metrics. This table compared 2019 reported earnings results with 2019 adjusted to remove all earnings in 2019 and coupled with an operable ESM that established an ROE earnings floor of 5.7%. That comparison appears at 71 of the CA's ISOP. This table also showed how effectively the Consumer Advocate's proposed ESM responds to extreme conditions by comparing actual earnings results reported for the utilities in 2019 to how ESM would have performed if earnings had instead been zero. Overall, the Consumer Advocate offers that its proposed PBR framework with ESM guardrails can be implemented to protect and balance the interest of consumers and investors without the need for formal off-ramps or any conceivable need to return to COSR at the end of the control period. Notably, the ESM proposed by Ulupono Initiative appears to mirror the specifications being proposed by the Consumer Advocate for the same reasons we are proposing broad deadbands and scaled sharing of up to 90% if and when ROE excursions become large. In contrast, the HECO companies have presented two alternative ESM proposals that are less appropriate because of much narrower deadbands, either 200 basis points or 300 basis points, and ratepayer sharing that ramps from 25% to 100%. Setting the final sharing band at 100% offloads the maximum risk and reward onto customers while completely eliminating cost control, PIM, and SSM incentive effects at those extremes. Turning to PBR implementation issues, the CA's ISOP also outlined a framework of periodic filings, review intervals, and rate change effective dates that could be employed with Commission approval of the ARA, ESM, MPIR, and performance incentives. These proposals contemplate a redirection of regulatory emphasis and resources from triennial forecast test year rate cases and annual RBA RAM filings toward regulatory oversight of annual ARA and RBA calculations, review of MPIR, MPSR, and REIP filings when submitted, analysis of reported earnings that impact the ESM each year, annual reporting and review of reported metrics, scorecards, and performance incentives, and more intensive analysis of ECRC and PPAC filings and underlying costs. As detailed on pages 130 to 132 of the CA's ISOP, the consumer advocate envisions an annual performance filing by October 15th and related SOP by November 15th, followed by an abbreviated ARA filing on December 1 and a CA SOP on December 15. Both the ARA filing and review would be based upon limited information to enable implementation of a preliminary change in target revenue on January 1. A comprehensive annual filing would occur on March 31, to be followed by the CA's detailed review and SOP due no later than June 30. Build upon the consumer advocate's cumulative experience with annual RBA RAM filings and using refined standardized Excel spreadsheets and supporting documentation. The objective is to implement a streamlined review and evaluation process requiring minimal discovery to promote the Commission's administrative efficiency goals. Tariff language enabling the entire MRP ARA regulatory process, including ESM provisions, have been consolidated and presented within the consumer advocate's proposed RBA-RA tariff that appears as Exhibit 1 to the CA's ISOP. The consumer advocate also recommends that avoidance of the demands of annual rate case filings should facilitate the redirection of resources to more focused reviews of ECRC and PPAC recoverable costs, future MPIR applications, and management performance measurements required to administer shared savings mechanisms and PIMs. The company's proposed PBR implementation recommendations differ from the consumer advocates in several respects. The companies also propose a multiple filing process with an initial tariff transmittal on September 30 that would impose changes in target revenue and in the RBA rate adjustment effective January 1, then a second filing on March 15 for the purpose of capturing updated factors to revise the RBA rate adjustment, which would be effective on May 1 of the adjustment year, replacing the RBA rate adjustment that was effective at January 1, and to revise the target revenue, which would be effective January 1 of the adjustment year. The supporting detail proposed to be filed by the utilities at each filing date is unclear. The need for multiple RBA rate adjustments each year is unproven, and the company's recommended schedule would allow insufficient 30 days for the CA review of each filing, a review period that would also include the compilation and filing of a responsive statement of position. Particularly in the first year of the MRP ARA filings for each of the three utilities, the company's proposed schedule allows insufficient time for the consumer advocate and commission to review, discover, and respond. In addition, the company's proposal to have multiple RBA rate adjustments is not consistent with administrative efficiency, adds additional work for all parties, and could introduce unnecessary customer confusion and concerns with multiple rate changes in a short period of time. In contrast, the consumer advocate has recommended an abbreviated ARA filing on December 1, followed by a comprehensive filing on March 31st, supporting changes in both target revenue and a single RBA rate change. Next steps for PBR implementation upon issuance of key findings by the Commission could take the form of instructions to the parties on multiple fronts to enable timely implementation. First, finalizing and enabling tariffs, whether in the form of one consolidated tariff or multiple interrelated tariffs, including language on the I factor, X factor, Z factor, and ESM terms. Second, developing applicable MPIR, MPSR language compliant with the Commission's directive on how the mechanism should identify qualifying major projects, what filings are required, what evaluative criteria should apply, and how these revenue increases should be quantified and implemented prospectively. Third, developing a transparent and integrated ARA model building upon the experience gained and the existing template used to support annual RBA RAM filings, all designated to minimize follow-up discovery following annual MRP ARA filings. Finally, I'd like to clarify the intended role of the consumer advocate short-term financial model. The model has now been fully vetted by both the companies and Ulupono Initiative in RCEP filings, and their feedback indicates our results are reasonable and likely conservative in estimating future results, given the input assumptions employed. It is important to recognize, however, that our short-term model is not a resource planning effort, does not attempt to predict customer bill impacts from alternative long-term procurements of renewable generation, does not attempt to capture changes in future fuel prices or the effects of retirements of utility-owned generation. Instead, we hold energy cost and ECRC PPAC revenues constant throughout our modeling horizon to focus upon the issues at hand in this docket involving how to allow base rate target revenues to change under PBR regulation. With this purpose
Parker, you have 5 minutes.
With this purpose in mind, our forecasted results support a conclusion that under reasonable assumptions that align with the company's own disclosed estimates to the financial community and the Commission, the consumer advocates ARA, MPIR, and ESM recommendations are expected to provide a reasonable opportunity for the utilities to earn a fair return in the future. In contrast, the company's financial modeling adopts unreasonably pessimistic input assumptions with respect to large amounts of new capital spending not included in estimates provided to Wall Street and not approved by this Commission in the name of reliability, resilience, and asset management. The development of O&M, depreciation expense, and MPIR recoverable expense estimates are not transparent. Significant data files provided in support of the company's multiple scenarios and assessment of the CA's short-term model have been designated highly confidential. The company's modeling assumes no incremental new revenues from PIMs or SSMs, even though potential revenue upside is created in these areas by recommendations of the parties in this docket. The company's modeling ignores the ESM mechanisms that they are recommending and appears to not reflect MPIR liberalization to include recoveries of costs for new unserved areas, software development, DER rate design, and the resilience CapEx spending that is added to some scenarios. The consumer advocate recommends that the Commission recognize the extreme uncertainty associated with everyone's long-term financial forecast and discount the company's pessimistic assumptions that are constructed in an effort to defend what are clearly unreasonably generous revenue adjustment mechanism terms for X, Z, and MPIR. Thank you. Mr. Brosh and I are available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brosh, Mr. Carver. We appreciate your comments to the panel this morning. Let's move forward. Blue Planet is the next party. We have Mr. Binns, Mr. Moriwaki presenting.
Commissioner, this is Ron Binns. I'll be presenting the main part of our presentation today. And
Well, Mr. Binns, you're on mute, I believe.
my apologies. I thought the space bar unmuted me. Didn't. Okay, I'm going to take the lead on today's presentation, and Isaac Moriwaki will pick up parts of it near the end. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address the Commission. And we are long-standing advocates for performance-based regulation in Hawaii. And we hope today to clarify the vision that Blue Planet brings to this and offer some, I think, important details about how your efforts in this case can actually be transformative, something you've said you want to do. Yesterday, the Commission probably concluded that changing utility behavior through PIMs is at least messy and probably of limited effect. That's because Blue Planet's analysis is that in order to have the sort of goals that we've discussed in phase one, have those met, you actually need to change the form of regulation, not merely move the pieces around. We were encouraged by the phase one exploration in this docket that identified many shortcomings of cost of service and rate of return regulation. However, listening to the presentations today, it's clear that phase one was the high watermark for identifying these goals. The parties have moved much closer to a traditional approach to regulation. I think it's fair to say that HECO and CA have a vision which is not much different than the current RAM and ESM. I'll come back to this in a little bit after describing the position that Blue Planet is taking on these revenue mechanisms. Next slide, please. As far as the inflation measure goes, I think that's the controversy there is ended. Blue Planet concurs in the consensus that we use GDP PI. Next slide. And just so you know what you're getting into, this is a graph of the GDP price deflator over the years 1993 through 2019. You'll see that the index was 70.36 back in 1994 and 112.262 in 2019. A pretty steady straight line heading up. However, year-to-year changes are somewhat more volatile, and you can see at the bottom on the left-hand scale are what the actual changes in inflation have been. Next slide. The Commission has to decide what to do with I minus X plus Z minus CD, and Blue Planet hopes that our analysis offers some insight into how to do that. In contrast to the other parties, Blue Planet estimates the appropriate X factor endogenously. That is, it comes from within the data by first observing the actual annual revenue growth for 67 vertically integrated U.S. electric utilities. We posit that the average revenue growth of all these companies is a reasonable basis for setting the combined I minus X factor. Next slide. Here are the 76 companies that I said 76, 67 companies that we used in the analysis. Next slide. And this is something we haven't presented before. This is a plot of the annual growth in non-fuel revenues for each of those 67 companies, plotted, that's the vertical axis, plotted against the size of the companies. And as you can see, not surprisingly, the growth in non-fuel revenues clusters between the numbers, around the numbers of 2 to 4. Next slide. So utilities and HECO grow their revenues in two basic ways. They have base revenues, which may be decoupled, which they are in Hawaii, but they also might grow over time depending upon other mechanisms. But then every year or two or so, there's a lumpy change in revenues. It may be a rate case, it may be a large plant CapEx coming in through a mechanism like the MPIR. In our analysis, we attempted to separate the MPIR effect from the base revenue growth of those 67 VIEUs. We don't know exactly how their lumps were resolved. Some of them were probably rate cases. Many of them had trackers for CapEx, much like the MPIR. Next slide. Here are the results of X factor. We hit the space bar, or next slide. You've seen this before, and it's in our ISOP in this case. In response to criticism or commentary by Dr. Lowry, we've done a couple types of analysis over several basic histories of 15 years, 20 years, and 25 years. If you look down the left-hand column, you'll see what the raw number is for non-fuel revenue growth for the 67 companies. And you'll see a range of numbers. They change with the years, and they change with the years, and they also change from the top block to the bottom block with respect to how the average was computed. In the top block, it is a average of individual readings, and in the bottom block, it's an aggregate of all of those utilities. In the next column, we have what the historic GDPPI has been. In the next In the next column, we have the net of those two. And then the MPIR effect that we have identified is about 1%, 1.06%. That is the fraction of the annual growth that was identified in all of these 67 companies as having been related to the lumpiness recovery. When you subtract those two, you get an X factor. Blue Planet has suggested a consumer dividend of 25 basis points. It's a commonly used range of numbers around the country, and we consider that an essential part of this analysis. We do not endorse the X factor without the consumer dividend. So if you combine those two, the X minus CD turns out to be the range in that last column. Slide, please. One more, okay. One more. All right. So this boils down those two charts into a single one. And our conclusion is that the commission could adopt a value for X minus CD anywhere from around 0 to around 0.6% negative. Next slide. There you go. That's what I said. It's been noted that Dr. Lowry did not make an adjustment for the possible MPIR effect. I did that for him. If you take the projected CapEx investments that HECO has already identified, and you derive the revenue growth rate that they produce when you include Dr. Lowry's 1.32%. Look at the first column. With zero MPIR, you get his, and assuming inflation's 2%, you get the 3.32%. But if the minimum amount of those MPIR investments come to fruition, that will add about 41 basis points to the annual revenue growth of HECO during the 5-year period. And if you take all of the, including the discretionary investments that HECO has not determined will be an MPIR or not, you get a rather large number of 1.36%. If you follow the analysis, ignoring the MPIR effect would produce an actual return, annual growth rate of about 4.68% using Dr. Lowry's base analysis. Next slide. Here's the 3 corresponding curves. The blue line at the bottom is what will happen to those revenues over time if Dr. Lowry's -132 is used. The next line up, the orange line, is his analysis plus a small MPIR adjustment. And the red line is a large MPIR adjustment added to Dr. Lowry's rate of growth. So it is material, it is significant. Next slide. I'm not going to say much about this. Our position, I think, is very well known. Blue Planet opposes any requirement, bias, or signal in favor of returning to cost of service regulation at the end of the control period. Instead, the Commission should retain full control over how it proceeds. The options include continuing the MYRP under similar terms or adjusting the terms, such as the ARA or the PIMS, but with no rate case, or a rate case, or perhaps a different approach. We are not troubled, as HECO seems to be, that Wall Street will take the absence of a guaranteed rate case at the end of this regime as bad news. The company has a right to just and reasonable rates. It does not have a right to a rate case. Next slide. Why does Blue Planet recommend against an ESM? And we've been pretty strong in our position on this. An ESM undercuts the goals of a transformative PBR regime, restoring many of the undesirable incentives that were identified in phase 1 of this process. An ESM dulls the PBR incentives and keeps PBR linked to the traditional cost of service rate of return regulation. In fact, it's almost identical to the RAM. The sharing bands may be this or that, but the essential issue is that an ESM reduces this 5-year MRP, in which we expect the utility to be turned loose to see what they can do with a predictable revenue change, turns it into a series of 1-year earnings review under cost of service. I think that HECO and perhaps CA seem unable to imagine that new regulation will spur new economies in their action, new ways of doing things. If that happens, there should be an excursion of ROE, although we prefer not to view it in those terms, but excursion of ROE beyond whatever bounds have been established. Hauling the utility back to some main line or some previously decided level of ROE defeats in very significant way what PBR is trying to achieve. It's hard to identify a single problem, but I think the ESM is the best candidate. Rather than putting the utility on a trajectory, every year we're hauling it back to cost of service. Next slide. I'm halfway there. Is that what everybody's seeing? Can you go back one and try going forward again? Okay, I'm going to, in a moment, turn this over to Isaac, who's going to talk about the reopener mechanism. We recognize that it's possible that the PBR might go off course, might make the utility achieve intolerable earnings. Not sure what that is, but they could be high on the high side. And I guess even if the utility is careful, it's conceivable if the parameters were set wrong that it would go, rates would go too low or revenues would go too low. So we understand the recommendations on an ESM or some bounds on what happens in the 5 years. We've made a series of suggestions on this, but we think the reopener mechanism is preferable. Mr. Moriwaki, do you want to pick it up here?
Sure. So again, Blue Planet's made clear that they support a reopener instead of an automatic, all-comprehensive ESM for the reasons we've elaborated in our statement of position. The issue is that a reopener is discretionary only when needed, whereas an ESM simply mechanically adjusts revenues on a yearly basis under cost of service principles, as Ron emphasized. If PBR works, which we all want it to do, then really we don't need to reopen. We don't need to check in. And that's why a reopener is only for those outlier situations where we need to break the glass in the event of emergency. And that's the principle. We noted in our statement of position that the Alberta Commission recognized this principle and did not adopt an ESM for that reason, and instead adopted a reopener, recognizing that both mechanisms essentially serve the same purpose, but that a reopener, because it's discretionary, does not have the downside, the negative impact on PBR that an ESM does. And so we're urging the Commission to adopt that approach. And we are concerned that no other parties have addressed this concern of the ESM's negative impact on PBR. And there's a bit of groupthink or group silence on this issue, even though the Commission has made clear that those negative impacts should be squarely addressed in this phase 2, and that's what Blue Planet has emphasized. And we're emphasizing this because it literally is for this revenue mechanism side of the PBR framework, maybe the top priority for us on whether or not this framework is going to be transformative or not. Are we embarking on a new system or simply anchoring ourselves to cost of service? So we've tried our best in basically providing a tier of recommendations. If this is too much, then this. If not that, then the next thing. And we won't go into that in detail. But if we're going to do an ESM in PBR, and sorry, previous slide, please. I just wanted to note, adopt a wide deadband, and it really shouldn't be anything more than what the utility has historically adopted or experienced under cost of service. And then again, ROE should not be the metric, which is the quintessential cost of service regulation metric. Next slide, please. And here's that summary of our hierarchy of options. Adopt a reopener rather than an ESM, like the Alberta Commission did. If you're going to do an ESM, base it on a non-cost of service regulation metric. Mr. Binns has done a lot of work coming up with an approach based on EBITDA. He went further to look at EBITDA margin. This doesn't have to be an automatic mechanism. If parties still are wedded to an ROE approach, we can continue to track ROE in parallel. just use the EBITDA or EBITDA margin metric as a trigger, similar to a reopener, at which point we can consult ROE if we want to. We advise against it, but you can consult that metric or any others to decide the way you go forward. And again, the deadband with at least a historical range. And why going to PBR would we do anything different than what we already had under cost of service? Why would we make it more restrictive than before? Next slide, please. And these are already presented in our statement of positions, but the work that Mr. Binns did was substantial in exploring EBITDA as an alternative metric. And the next slide after that shows the promise, the potential promise of using EBITDA margin. Some parties commented that EBITDA was not a ratio. It was simply a gross number. And so Mr. Binns did the additional work of looking at EBITDA margin and noted that the trend in EBITDA margin generally tracks the trend in ROE. Ron, if you wanted to add anything on your analysis on EBITDA and EBITDA margin.
No, the only thing, we don't hate the word ROE, but the fact is that ROE means earnings compared to rate base. And everybody will go back and think about what we said, what we all said in phase one. Measuring earnings as a function of rate base is the essence of cost of service regulation. And unless you begin to move away from that, you don't get away, you can't imagine doing something transformative. You can only bolt PIMs onto a system that you're already familiar with. And we're afraid that that's where this process is now headed. The fact that these two curves are in relative agreement with each other is important because it shows that the EBITDA margin could be used to see whether the utility is, quote, in trouble or not, or whether rates are far too high, if that's somebody's predilection. But it doesn't rely on rate base, which means that utilities will not be able to affect their RO, they won't be able to affect the trigger that is embedded in this analysis simply by investing more.
Next slide, please. And so I already discussed our approach with regards to a reopener. Again, it can be a safety net without linking it to cost of service and ROE. Our approach with regards to a reopener, we provide standards on, we have a trigger for a downside case and also a general trigger in case PBR is basically failing. But the bottom line should be that the bottom line shouldn't justify a reopener. Really, there should be a finding or showing that PBR is not functioning. But certainly the commission retains full discretion to reopen the case if there is such a problem, again, break glass in emergency, and also the full discretion to address the problem that triggered the reopener or the off-ramp. And the HECO companies agree with that as well. It's not an automatic return to cost of service. Next slide, please. And the safety net trigger is an actual or imminent, sorry, I missed the word imminent in there, credit rating downgrade. And we'd like to focus on a true outcome rather than preset formulas based on arbitrary metrics. And then in the event the safety net reopener is triggered, it's not a bailout, right? A criterion for relief necessarily should be whether and to what extent poor performance caused the need for relief. So it's not going to be 100% pass through to the customers on the bottom end. There's going to be discretion applied here. Next slide, please. And then the general trigger, which is available to the parties and the commission on its own initiative, again, a showing of a failure of PBR, not profits or losses standing alone, but anomalous results inconsistent with the purpose and goals of PBR and not reasonably connected to performance. So that's the principle of PBR and when we should reopen it. And the notion of a discretionary trigger and not something that's automatic and dragging us back to cost of service every year. Next slide, please. very quickly, I just wanted to summarize our MPIR approach. We're focusing on extraordinary relief for exceptional projects, and that's a direct quote from the Commission. Recognizing that basically we're talking about the extension of the multi-year rate plan from 3 years to 5 years. We have an MPIR and it's still going to be functioning relatively the same. And so we're not going to overhaul or rewrite the guidelines. On the other hand, with regards to these large CapEx tractors, there is a legitimate concern that it's single issue rate making. And this is a potential huge loophole in PBR. And so in moving to PBR, we want to make sure that MPIR is updated and aligned with PBR principles. And we have provided a very meticulous, systematic revision of the guidelines with a legal drafting eye in Exhibit B to our initial statement of position. Next slide, please. Those revisions, in summary, 3 broad categories: a focus on exceptional versus baseline. And that's what we're talking about here in terms of what's ARA versus what's MPIR. And that's going to be the focus and the guiding star here. Also, adding application requirements and commission review criteria pursuant to the Commission's guidance that we should do that. And then some housekeeping issues, fixing language, updating terms and whatnot. Just one minor example, there was a term net benefits. The cost should be offset by net benefits. And the Commission actually said that word net doesn't make sense in that context, should be taken out. But for some reason, that word still is in there in the in the MPIR guidelines. So stuff like that, clean up. Next slide, please.
Mr. Moroake, 5 minutes.
Thank you. My purpose is not to read the fine print to you, but just to highlight the key revisions to, again, update MPIR with PBR. The focus is on extraordinary versus baseline. That's the key terminology, not transformative versus business as usual. We tried to work with that terminology and it just was ambiguous and really missed the point, because all of PBR should be transformative and not just MPIR. Next slide, please. Similarly, with regards to this key provision about replacing like to like, we're maintaining this, but again, bolstering it by trying to emphasize the distinction between ARA baseline revenues versus that's already recovered versus via the ARA versus MPIR exceptional revenues. Next slide, please. And in terms of the application requirements and evaluation criteria, several key additions, like everyone else agrees, allowing both CapEx and OpEx. In order to address the remaining CapEx bias, because CapEx still does have an advantage because it earns a rate of return, we saw the need to make clear in these MPIR applications that the preferred project is really the best and most cost-effective option, doesn't promote CapEx bias, what have you. So we have language to that effect. We tie the application to IRP. There should be a showing either on an approved or accepted plan or some similar analysis, and that's really key. Let's have IRP stand for something here. And again, we tie the term transformation with the goals of PBR. And that's, I think, if you want to use the transformation terminology, tie it to PBR and not just hanging out in terms of some aspect of MPIR specifically. Next slide, please. And here's some examples of how we do this. This is the key language of how we link MPIR with PBR and use the term transformative in that context, if we still want to use that term. So a requirement for applications that show that they're consistent with the transformative principles of PBR, include proposals for PIMs, shared savings in that application, make sure it's not duplicative of other incentives. Next slide, please. This is my last slide, and I just want to show you, here's another example with that legal drafting eye, something I caught when I went back to the original orders. This language regarding grouping of projects, the existing language really doesn't track the letter and intent of the original Commission's order. It talked about a programmatic approach. And and not just any project similar in nature can be lumped together to increase the dollar or exceed the dollar threshold. And so this is Blue Planet's attempt, again, to align a programmatic approach with PBR, and not just simply allowing it to be an accounting trick to cross the threshold for MPIR eligibility. And that's my last slide. Well, one more slide, and just reminding about the commission and all the parties about our ultimate goal here in aligning utility incentives, including the fundamental, really critical revenue foundation with Hawaii's goals. Thank you.
I'm going to take just a very quick moment to say
Vince,
two
1
things.
minute.
Okay, that's all I need. Two things struck me in the earlier presentations today. One was the fact that Mr. Williams or Pico seems to know what their ROE is going to be at the end of the 5 years. Isn't that striking? There's no room apparently for doing anything different in those 5 years. They want a rate case at the end because they know now if they continue to do what they're doing, they're going to need a rate case in their view. That's one thing that was striking. The other is, as I understand CA's position, they're going to put any PIM revenues into the ESM. So remember what we're doing. We're giving the utilities the opportunity to earn more by being extraordinary, perhaps as much as 200 basis points. But then that is going to be tested against what ROE is and potentially taken away from them, or at least in part. That to me captures the fact that we're not, in those views, looking at anything that's really transformative. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak today to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Binns. Thank you, Mr. Moriwaki. That concludes Blue Planet's time period. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then resume with City and County of Honolulu's next. Thanks, everyone. All right, we're going to start up in about 2 minutes. Is it Mr. Mold presenting for City and County?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Okay, great. There you are. All right, we'll let people filter back, but we'll start at 10:45. Okay, can we please bring up the City and County's presentation, please? Great, thank you. Calling the hearing back to order, and next up is City and County of Honolulu. Mr. Mold, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Griffin, and thanks, commissioners and parties. Rocky Mold, City and County of Honolulu. Just want to start off by saying this is going to be a relatively brief presentation relative to the other one, so County of Hawaii, get ready. Also wanted to say, you know, this presentation is really sort of shedding light on our prior filings, you know, based on our review of the record, you know, the various RSOPs and replies to IRs, et cetera, and so on. And just want to say how much of a privilege it's been to be part of this process that brings together such knowledge, such know-how, such professionalism, and a spirit of innovation together. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, I just wanted to offer a few brief comments on our prior filings in light of you know, some of the recent analysis that's occurred. In general, the city stands by its prior filings and the analysis and recommendations in them. As noted, the inflation factor, as for the MPIR, for the ARA formula, the inflation factor is non-controversial, I believe, based on GDPPI. We just want to mention that, you know, it could be a, you know, an estimate based on historic GDPPI or a forecast, just as long as it's deemed as a reasonable proxy for what inflation will be, or we believe inflation will be for the prospective control period. Also, it's been mentioned, you know, an idea of truing up in the I factor. We don't think that's a good idea. We think you should just set inflation and let it hold through the control period. If there are abnormal moves in the level of price changes in the economy, or, you know, in the macro economy, the Z factor can take care of that, we think. Regarding the X factor, we developed our analysis on the X factor based on a little bit of a different methodology than other parties, using Bureau of Labor Statistics sectors on actual reported multi-factor productivity growth. And we'll note that, you know, our X factor, you know, came in, you know, as negative, but with a range very similar to Blue Planet Foundation's Z factor, X factor. And we were actually persuaded by Blue Planet Foundation's analysis and Mr. Binz's analysis for the X factor and using MPIR. That was one of our concerns. You know, reviewing the various X factor proposals, was that there might have been some, you know, duplication of some of the costs that were covered in other cost trackers. So, and also we believe it is reasonable and sound to include an inflation differential If you're going to use GDPPI, which is an overall inflation number, we think it's reasonable to have some kind of sector-based inflation number added to the ARA, to the X factor. But we also note that, there are a whole bunch of other things that you need to take into consideration to make it, a customer-centric number, one that, ensures that, there's a removal of those capital costs and that there's an actual, incentive for the utility to operate and invest more productively throughout the control period. For the customer dividend, we concur with other parties. Now, 25 basis points sounds reasonable. We would actually prefer that it go on a year-by-year basis, be set along with the X factor. We think that's the most effective approach going forward, so that it tracks on a yearly basis this incentive for the utility to outperform on metrics. But, we could be persuaded that an upfront application, as per the consumer advocate's recommendation, could be productive as well. Again, we do prefer, the customer dividend to go along, on a yearly basis with the X factor. Next slide, please. Regarding the MPIR, again, we maintain our position from our prior filings. We believe the MPIR guidelines should be focused on sort of emergent outcomes, things like resilience, electrification of transportation, social equity, and they should be for exceptional investments versus baseline investments that should be covered under the ARA. Again, we're persuaded by Blue Planet Foundation's filings on this. We don't think the MPIR should be used for routine projects. And there's a proposal for using a straight monetary threshold. Again, I think the focus should be on the guidelines for eligibility criteria. That's our position. And then we think it should be, look for ways to prioritize non-utility or non-wires projects. And it should include both capital and operating expenses. Regarding the guardrails, we do see that the ESM may dilute the incentives that are put in place. We concur that it may be better to choose between a reopener and an ESM. And then, the Z factor, approach is prudent as an ongoing guardrail, whereas like a reopener would be more on a discretionary basis for an emergency of some kind. Next slide, please. We just wanted to make some final comments on, financial integrity and bring this back to sort of what the higher level goals of PBR are. The city believes that we've developed our resilience strategy and believe that climate change and greenhouse gas emissions are a threat to our residents. And to the extent that, access to capital is critical, absolutely, we concur with this. It's critical to serve the public interest. But financial integrity in and of itself, we just want to caution that it shouldn't be seen as the end. It's really a means to the end, which is achieving the goals of PBR. And we'll note that, credit rating agencies don't just look at the quantitative metrics. There's a quality of earnings and a quality of the credit and a quality of the business element to this that they also look at. And while we do want to make sure that the utility is financially, has financial integrity and has access to capital, and then it doesn't, a too low credit rating absolutely can shift harm onto ratepayers and all the parties. But the other direction is maintaining too high of a credit rating beyond what's optimal can also shift risk to ratepayers in favor of lenders and other equity owners. And we just want to make that note. Bringing it back to this higher level goal, PBR is really an opportunity to calibrate Hawaiian Electric's investments and operations to better serve the public interest and to align with, you know, a lot of the projects that we have and are looking at the city, and some of these, particularly on some of these emergent and urgent needs, carbon mitigation, climate adaptation, and equity and social cohesion. So not addressing, you know, these needs, not addressing that stuff in a timely manner will increase risks and costs, and it will actually detract from the long-term financial integrity. So again, we just want to emphasize, you know, those longer-term, you know, transformative goals that we believe are so necessary for this proceeding as an outcome. So thank you very much for your time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mold. Appreciate it. Next is County of Hawaii, who will be doing the presentation for the county.
Chair Griffin, this is John Mukai, Deputy Corporation Counsel for the County of Hawaii. Our witness will be Mr. Andrew McCoy to provide the testimony. And also my understanding is Mr. McCoy was not sworn in with the other witnesses yesterday, so we would ask the chair if he could swear Mr. McCoy in.
Okay. No, I appreciate. We're going to do another, and when we're going to do a swearing in of the panel this afternoon for when we do the examination of witnesses here. So he's not off the hook yet. So
all right,
as well as some of the other new folks. So thank you. Thanks for the reminder, though. Mr. McCoy, when you're ready, please proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Andy McCoy. I'm here on behalf of the County of Hawaii. And today I'm going to be talking to you about the consumer dividend proposal that the county has put together. To be sure, we have several other aspects of several other proposals or aspects of proposals that we believe are relevant for the ongoing revenue panel discussion. We think this is the proposal that is perhaps, it's fair to say, is the most controversial, and we think is perhaps most important to discuss given the current moment. So I'm happy to speak more about other aspects of our proposals and our filings during the question and answer portion with the commission and the commission staff. But I just want to give that at the top here. Please move to the next slide. So as you can see, we've got four signposts that I want to hit today. The first is we want to focus and try to better define and advance a normative view of what we think a customer-centric PBR process should look like. That's of course connected to the second item, which is outlining the energy burdens that many low and moderate income Hawaiians face, contextualizing that as within the need for bill stabilization. We'll then connect that to the county's consumer dividend proposal, and then we'll close with a brief discussion of some of the concerns that the companies have raised in their filings since the beginning of the formal filing period. Next slide, please. So when we say a customer-centric PBR process, we want to take it back to sort of the origins of this process. And as I understand it, at least, there's a legislation in the Ratepayer Protection Act, which establishes that the commission should, among other things, evaluate ways to insulate ratepayers and consumers from economic harm from Hawaii's energy system. Related to that, of course, they also said they should look for ways for consumers to control their costs better in the future. That intent from the Ratepayer Protection Act was, of course, translated into the commission staff's framing documents for this proceeding, and they outlined customer-centric PBR process as one of the key goals of this reform. And they went so far as to say that a customer-centric PBR entails meaningful, verifiable, day one savings for all customers. And that is, of course, this process is not occurring in a vacuum. I hit on this point a lot throughout the stakeholder process, but I think it bears remembering that, and as the chart on the left here demonstrates, Hawaiian residential electricity bills are consistently either the most or among the most expensive in the country. And there's a lot that goes into that, of course, but the overriding thing that's become clear is that bills are not only consistently above the U.S. national average, but as our testimony or as our initial statement of position makes clear, the rate of increase over the last 10 years was faster than it was on the mainland. And that is occurring despite the fact that usage in Hawaii on a per customer basis tends to be a lot lower than it would be on the mainland. So, excuse me, I lost my notes here. So from there, we've got, of course, so at this point, essentially over the last 10 years, there's never been a year within this period where the Hawaiian residential electricity bills were not among the top 5 most expensive across the U.S. And of course, this is occurring despite the fact that U.S. oil production has increased dramatically during this period and would otherwise seem to be something that would exert downward pressure on Hawaiian energy costs, given that fuel oil factors is a major cost component filtering into residential bills. Next slide, please. And when we talk about bills, high bills are not just an abstract problem. I think it's most likely fair to say, and I'm going to paint with a broad brush here, that most of us in this proceeding don't, on a day-to-day basis, have to think much about or worry much about paying their energy bills. Obviously, if it's expensive, that's annoying, and maybe we make minor behavioral changes around the edges to make sure that we don't that we try and reduce our usage. But for a lot of Hawaiians, that's not the case. That the chart on the left here is an illustration of you have on the left-hand axis, you have the annual cost of energy and the contributors there. Obviously in Hawaii, since there's not a lot of gas-fired heating, pretty much all home energy costs are due to the electricity. And then you have the average energy burden of customers based on their federal poverty level grouping. So as the chart demonstrates, you have the most well-off Hawaiians who don't really feel the economic impact of their energy bills. People whose incomes are of 200% or above the federal poverty line spend 3% or less of their annual income on energy. But conversely, you see as you move left into lower income groupings, the percentage skyrockets to the point where the most vulnerable Hawaiians are paying the most, are bearing the highest energy burden, which has a real cost. This is not just an abstract problem. This is not, although it is something that's fairly well understood in academic research, this is not just an abstract problem. There is, of course, a well-documented link between having high utility bills and the need for low and moderate income Hawaiians and just ratepayers in general to have to essentially juggle their priorities between paying things like energy, but also perhaps choosing when to pay rent, when to pay for necessary medical services, food, internet, you name it, essentially basic necessities. There is a forced trade-off occasionally. One potential out of that cycle or that forced trade-off is the use of high interest short-term financial products, which are, of course, more pejoratively known as payday loans. And so you have a situation where as energy, and this is not just a correlation, there's at least one study cited in our statement of position that links high energy bills to the usage of payday loans. So there is a clear relationship between costly energy and taking on these additional financial obligations. And you end up with a situation where it's harder and harder for low and moderate income Hawaiians to get their heads above water financially, let alone get ahead on their bills or really pay down that debt. That level of sort of long-term debt burden has been linked to a number of fairly negative physiological and mental health problems, which it increases the susceptibility, increases the risk of early mortality, and in the case where people are having to defer necessary or preventative medical care, are making themselves or are being put in a position where they're more vulnerable to preventative diseases. So this, of course, has a bit of a feedback loop with the COVID-19 pandemic on a couple of levels. The first and most obvious one is that the Hawaiian economy and the U.S. economy generally is dealing with a pretty profound economic dislocation, that people who had jobs maybe don't anymore, or they're underemployed. In the case of Hawaii, a lack of service industry activity could certainly contribute to underemployment. And that's not to put the feet that's not to say that that's the utility regulator's job to fix, or the utility's job to fix. However, even at a certain point, people who perhaps were already struggling to pay bills are perhaps entering into payment plans or long-term utility debt restructuring plans that make it more difficult to pay down their debt, and they have fewer economic means to deal with it. So this is, of course, background for why we think our proposal is a timely one. So we could go ahead and move to the next slide, please. The next one as well. Great. So for those who aren't familiar with the particulars of the proposal, it's fairly straightforward. County proposes that in each of the utilities' annual revenue adjustment formulas, there is at least a 4% consumer dividend included. And we also have explored and have put forward a graduated version that would essentially increase by 1% the consumer dividend each year of a utility's test period during the PBR control period. So it would start at 0%, it would conclude at 4% at the end of the 5-year test period, and then remain at 4% thereafter. This exercise or this proposal has been backed by pretty rigorous open source modeling that comes out of the Regulatory Innovation Simulation Tool, the publicly available model for admittedly only one of the company's financial outlooks. What we have found is that a consumer dividend set at this level does reduce utility earnings, of course, but that there's no clear downgrade risk. There's no clear trade-off with utility financial health. There's no, in all scenarios we've evaluated, that the utility does not face a downgrade. Next slide, please. Oh, I should also mention that we also request the consumer advocate run our scenario as well. And their findings in their short-term financial model largely comported with what we observed or what we found in our analysis. So we think there are several benefits to this proposal that are worth isolating. The first, and in our view, perhaps most important, is it's a mechanism to ensure long-term bill stabilization. We've talked quite a bit about why it's important to try and arrest the steady increase in consumer energy costs, And we think this is a fairly straightforward mechanism to do so. There's a slide. The next slide has a graph that I'll talk to in a little bit. Yeah, thank you very much. As you can see here, spending does increase in all of these scenarios. Sorry, I should back up a little bit. What you're looking at is 4 different scenarios that we've evaluated. I've called it the PBR glide path, the PBR base case, and then the last 2 scenarios are essentially what county thinks is likely to happen with a 4% consumer dividend and how the utility is likely to respond to that. So what you're seeing here is a flattening of utility revenue increases over a period from, let's say, 2020 until 2028. As you can obviously see, bills do increase, but the rate of increase is a lot flatter than it would be in other scenarios. And I think in particular, it's worth mentioning that the PBR glide path scenario modeled, among other things, the negative 1.32% X factor variable that the companies have requested, and I think a 22 basis point consumer dividend. So this is essentially what is being offered by the utilities versus what county is proposing. If we could go back to the previous slide, please. So you have long-term stabilization. But I guess a useful way to conceive of this is essentially as a guardrail, where you have costs will obviously increase as the companies make necessary investments in transformative technology to allow for renewable systems. This is the sort of thing that would ensure that customers don't pay too much for that investment. The next benefit is, we think the most likely outcome here is sustained efforts from the companies within the near and long term to control costs for new spending, but also to cut costs for legacy programs and operations. This, of course, is a well understood problem at the Commission. The management audit released in May demonstrates that there's quite a bit of headroom at the companies to reduce spending. I think introducing this, the consumer dividend, would put pretty strong financial pressure on the utility to make those necessary adjustments that are outlined in the audit, but also to drive them towards new and, I would say, innovative cost-cutting mechanisms or cost-cutting opportunities over the longer term. We think that this is a good way to sharpen the company's focus on achieving performance goals and on restraining cost increases that, as we've discussed, can have very seriously deleterious effects for ratepayers. Finally, we've discussed briefly in our statement of position that the Commission should at least consider using some or all of the funding that the consumer dividend, I guess, saves as seed funding or as a constant stream of revenue for low and moderate income ratepayer debt relief, and also to encourage participation in advanced energy initiatives such as community-based renewable energy program or EV programs, to name just a few. Essentially, we think this would be obviously downward distributional in terms of income and would, in terms of economic effect, and would help advance the Commission's stated goal of equity by alleviating a clear distinction in energy burdens by consumer income class. Now, to be clear, the county does not have the type of modeling capabilities to evaluate how that might play out. But we do think the commission, or at the very least other parties, do have access to that type of analysis. So let's go to the last slide here. So finally, I just want to address some of the, I would say, very reasonable objections that HECO has raised over the course of some of its filings. The first I'll call is essentially the reasonableness of the cut that we've envisioned. And I guess this ultimately comes down to priorities and what. Yes, all this is to say it is a pretty substantial cut. That is the point. And that said, we've demonstrated through our work that doesn't necessarily have to come at the expense of the company's economic or, in this case, credit market viability. And so we think this is a good middle ground solution. To be clear, we looked at other scenarios where the consumer dividend was set in excess of 6%. And of course, that did result in an implied credit downgrade. So we think 4% is a reasonable starting point for these discussions, and that the size of the revenue reduction is not on its face unreasonable. Next, the companies noted that our analysis was based on the risk model scenario 1 and not scenario 2, and said as a result, the commission should, I think, quote, dismiss our findings. As I understand the material they've referenced, and you'll have to excuse me, it's in, I believe, Ulupono's initial statement of position, one of the attachments. The distinctions between scenario 1 and scenario 2 of the risk model primarily had to do with what generation resources were coming online and when. Now, of course, that does matter at the margin, because, for example, if renewable resources are coming faster, are modeled to be added faster, then that would impact things like impact the company's attainment of the RPS PIM. But I think it's fair to say that those are fairly marginal considerations in terms of the overall scope of what we've modeled here. And so I don't think that it should be a reason to dismiss what we found out of hand. Next, the company says that I believe is us and the consumer advocate and Ulupono are all overly focused on quantitative credit factors. And I'm sorry if other people have already addressed this, but I just want to note that the first is that quantitative credit metrics do matter. Their evidence, the evidence presented in previous filings from HECO certainly supports that. Mr. Shipman, the expert that the companies have testify on this issue. Specifically, I want to quote from him here. This is from HECO's reply statement of position. The attributes of such a framework might include achievable and material awards through symmetric or upside-only performance incentive mechanisms, a symmetric earning sharing mechanism that provides sufficient downside protection against financial harm, the ability to reset rates after the end of the control period to allow sufficient recovery of costs, the availability of an off-ramp in case of material financial impacts experienced by the companies, a mechanism such as a Z factor that would enable the companies to apply for recovery of substantial costs to address unforeseen events out of the company's control, and the elimination of regulatory lag. And that's Mr. Shipman describing the type of qualitative aspects for credit rating that need to be included or should be included or considered when talking about when thinking about PBR. To my way of thinking, I think those are pretty much not guaranteed, but are very likely outcomes of the PBR proceeding in any world. I think the beauty of county's proposal is that it's a simple mechanism change, and it's one that can be layered on top of Mr. Shipman's described qualitative credit factors to ensure that there's qualitative support and there's also not a quantitative lag that, or a lag or a drag on the quantitative indicators that might threaten a downgrade. And last, the companies suggest that we're overly focused on reducing customer bills, which I think it's fair to say guilty as charged on that. That said, as I just talked about, we think this can be layered into just about any PBR proposal, at least as it relates to the ARA. And so this is, it's complementary. And so even there are, of course, other goals, very important goals of the PBR process, and I don't mean to sound overly myopic. The point is, from county's perspective, is that this is a goal, this is a priority that should be higher up on the list, and it's one that can be fairly easily achieved in complement with those other goals by introducing a 4% consumer dividend. And that is the end of my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. We're going to transition into the DER parties, or the next up in our order. Do we have Mr. Harris, Mr. Giese? Is it one or both of you?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioners, commission staff, full fair warning to the next party in line. We're going to largely defer our presentation. We would like to acknowledge the hard work of both the commission staff, and all the stakeholders on this topic. We would like to underscore the importance of it. We believe success on this topic is going to be vital. We do not believe by itself shared savings or PIMs will necessarily make the difference that both legislation requires, and I think most of the parties here want to see. And so our deferral is not meant to undermine the relative importance of the topic. We would also like to briefly note that we had put together a number of proposals and concepts that I think were not tasked with being a priority in this phase. However, if there is a ongoing effort in the future, we would like to acknowledge the ideas around a platform model, or trying to functionalize rates based on the relative risk that the utility takes. But recognizing, I think the focus is different. We're not going to try to emphasize those topics today. So again, thank you for the opportunity to present, but we will go ahead and in the interest of time, let the next party move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. That moves us to Life of the Land, Mr. Curtis.
Aloha, commissioners, staff, parties, consultants, and YouTube viewers. And it's nice to hear from Tom Williams that there was at least one YouTube viewer yesterday. I'm Henry Curtis. For this panel, Life of Land is in strong alignment with Ulupono. I wish to stress the importance of community engagement and communication. They must be extraordinarily clear to protect all parties in these trying times. Clear, concise messaging is absolutely essential for community buy-in and for the program's success. Community engagement means two-way dialogue, as opposed to community involvement, which means I check the box that I talk to the community. As we noted in our answer to PUC Parties IR 08 filed on September 15th, the PUC's current level of stakeholder engagement, transparency, and data access is increasing, significantly better than other state agencies, and we recognize the significant role the Commission has played in this successful effort, while at the same time acknowledging that we need to continue to push for even greater levels. We're mindful that things can go sideways, so parties in this proceeding should be apprised and be engaged at the first inkling that the Z factor or an off-ramp needs to be dealt with, and it requires early engagement and early communications. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. I believe that brings us to Mr. Clay, Ulupono Initiative. Would you please bring his presentation up? Please proceed when you're ready, Mr. Clay.
Commissioners, staff, and parties, aloha once again. My name is Murray Clay. I'm the president of the Ulupono Initiative. And we're happy again to be able to present to you today on revenue adjustment mechanisms. Next slide, please. So I thought it might be helpful to take a quick look at where we started, which is the left side of the slide, and where I hope we're going to, which represents the right side of the slide. So most of this won't be a big surprise for folks. We recognize that we've been in triennial rate cases using things like RAM and RAM cap. We expect to be going into a 5-year control period with externally indexed revenue cap using the ARA index formula as presented on the slide. For revenue decoupling, we intend to continue to use revenue decoupling with the addition of the fact that more things will be dealt with via the revenue balancing account, including a larger portfolio of PIMs, which we discussed yesterday. The present earnings sharing mechanism, which is one-sided and has no deadband, we hope will be changed to a symmetrical earnings sharing mechanism with a deadband to give the utility plenty of skin in the game. We're going to have major project interim recovery in both cases, but we really hope that we can focus on the eligible transformative projects. We feel like out of a need for basic fairness that new service areas should be included. And we should also allow expenses such as grid services and non-wires alternatives contracts to be included to avoid the CapEx bias. Next slide, please. So a 5-year multi-year rate plan does remain foundational to our proposal. We strongly support no rate case at the end of the first 5-year period or any subsequent 5-year MRP period. We believe that doing so would be completely inconsistent with the fundamental purpose of performance-based regulation. We do believe, however, that PBR review should occur when a credit rating downgrade occurs, when the PBR review score criteria is met, which I'll discuss briefly later, and when the Commission deems that a credit rating downgrade is imminent or highly likely. Next slide, please. So for the earnings sharing mechanism, we think that having a symmetrical, robust earnings sharing mechanism will support the bold use of PIMs and other incentives to achieve Hawaii's energy policy objectives. At the same time, it protects the utility's financial integrity through downside sharing, which we don't presently have. And it safeguards customers from severe under and overcompensation of the utility. And some of the other parties made the point that both over and under compensation, if it's extreme, does harm ratepayers. The ESM will reduce the volatility of the ROE, but still give plenty of skin in the game to the utility. It's very hard to imagine the utility won't care about a 4% swing in ROE, that they bear 100% of the up and downside within that deadband, and then only have graduated sharing beyond that. We also recommend that an earnings sharing mechanism operate with a cost of capital adjustment to recenter the ESM on an updated ROE based on a version of the California method, which is focused on really just moving that center point of the ESM, the new authorized ROE, and not on updating revenues during the 5-year MRP. We believe that having a strong ESM will limit the likelihood of returning to cost of service regulation, for which there would be great pressure if there was an extremely bad financial outcome. Next slide, please. So most folks on the Webex have seen this before. The top ESM is the current ESM with no downside sharing and no deadband, and the bottom one represents Ulupono's ESM. And it's been pointed out by other parties this is the same basic structure as the consumer advocates, but it's important to note that this is not an area that the consumer advocate and Ulupono collaborated on. We actually arrived here via independent paths, which I found interesting. We focused on trying to protect against the level at which we thought there was a significant risk of credit rating downgrade, which based on the risk financial model and the 4 Moody's quantitative factors seemed to be about 5.5% ROE. And that's where we had the 90% sharing level kick in, and then we built it up from that kind of red bar that you see on the slide. Next slide, please. So this is the impact of the earnings sharing mechanism as represented by the risk financial model. In that middle bar, you see that if the utility was to earn a 5.3% ROE without an ESM in place, they would most likely suffer a credit rating downgrade. And that bottom bar of the chart shows that with a ESM in place, as we proposed, that ROE would rise to 6.2%, which would be enough for them to maintain their credit rating. Now, there's been a great deal of points made by the companies in particular, as well as a few other parties, that there are qualitative measures involved in a credit rating. And this is absolutely true. There's no way to argue that. Moody's is roughly 40%, it seems, quantitative and 60% qualitative. But at the same time, it's important to note that an earnings sharing mechanism is a quantitative mechanism. There's really no way to put a bunch of subjective determinations into an earnings sharing mechanism. Also, I found it very interesting that despite all the complaints about qualitative credit rating metrics not being considered, that the utility's proposed earnings sharing mechanism has the 100% sharing level back to the utilities at precisely the same level that Ulupono and the Consumer Advocate have their 90% sharing level back to the companies. So in terms of the maximum amount of downside protection, we're really doing that pretty much at the same spot. Next slide, please. So this is our proposal for PBR review, and it's based on the proper functioning of an ESM. You look at each year at what the post-ESM ROE is and look to see which sharing band it falls in. So every year you can have a score for 0 within the dead band and as low as a -3 and as high as a +3, depending on which of the 3 tiers of sharing you end up in. So each year you have an annual score. At the end of 5 years, you add up those scores. If the score is -3 or less, or +5 or higher, you have mandatory PBR review. And we've noted in the past that asymmetric 5 on the upside, but -3 on the downside is really just meant to give the utility an opportunity to earn a higher credit rating. And again, there is no extra revenues built in. There's no extra incentives built in. It's just to say if the utility happens to be doing well, if they're earning those PIM values, if they're getting above authorized ROE, kind of leave them alone for a little while, see if they can get a higher credit rating. So this is not a proposal that involves paying the utility anything extra to earn a higher credit rating. That being said, we have a concern that without some structure built into the review period at the end of the 5-year MRP, there will be a tendency to over-adjust the PBR mechanisms going forward. We can certainly imagine a situation in which the utility earns above authorized ROE. You would expect non-utility parties would try to effectively raise the bar through PBR review on the utility, thinking they're being overpaid. Similarly, if the utility was to earn below authorized ROE, the utility would argue that the bar should be lowered effectively through PBR review so they can earn the authorized ROE. And if the commission is to give into these pressures of raising and lowering the bar through the PBR review process, the ROE migrates back to authorized ROE, and we basically migrate back to cost of service regulation under a different name. So I want to stress there's nothing inherently magical or special about this proposed PBR review process. All it does is build a little bit of resistance in to over adjusting the PBR mechanisms going forward. Next slide, please. Okay, so I think the ARA equation is certainly not objectionable. Most people understand that this is the way it's proposed to work. Just a few comments. On inflation, through the recent IR from the Commission, we've clarified that we think it's much more administratively simple to use prior year actual realized inflation towards the next year's ARA calculations, rather than any kind of forecasted inflation that later has to be adjusted. We provided some analysis that shows that such an adjustment is not inherently biased towards positive or negative increases on the inflation, and it should be unobjectionable and more simple. We think the X factor should be 0, and I'll go into that in more detail on a following slide. The Z factor, of course, is to cover, so I'm sorry, back to the previous slide still. The Z factor is for events beyond the utility's control. We think it should not be available for inadequate planning or maintenance, legislative and commission mandates. Otherwise, PBR itself could be a giant Z factor. And laws and requirements, including environmental laws that existed prior to the commencement of PBR, should not be included in the Z factor. The consumer dividend, I think we've been fairly clear that we're supportive either of that average annual 22 basis points consumer dividend that's been referenced by other parties. So that annual amount or a one-time upfront dividend as proposed by the CA. Next slide, please. So for the X factor, we do feel strongly that an X factor of 0 is reasonable and appropriate. This is about performance-based regulation, not replicating cost of service regulation cost increases through PBR. And I think I might surprise a few people by saying, as a finance guy, I actually highly respect the quantitative rigor that went into both Pacific Economics Group's work on the X factor and Mr. Bin's work on this X factor. In fact, I especially appreciate Mr. Bin's work to try to remove the effect of major projects in calculating that X. And while appreciating that work, I think debating the individual quantitative calculations isn't very helpful, because at the end of the day, what these calculations represent is the average above inflationary rate increases or target revenue increases we expect to see because of cost of service regulation. There's nothing inherently magical about the utility electric industry. There are other industries that have lots of CapEx, they have long-lived assets, they have unionized labor forces, they have to update and replace their assets. There's nothing inherently unique other than cost of service based regulation, which introduces the CapEx bias and all the efficiencies in which greater costs yield greater revenues. So I think if we take these X factor calculations, we're calculating the levelized cost of COSR and adopting it into PBR as a negative X factor. If we do that, then what we have is COSR inefficiencies as represented by a negative X plus PIMs put on top, which is equivalent to having your cake and eating it too. And I don't think that's what we're here for. For consumer dividend, again, we've stressed that we're okay with either an annual dividend or a one-time upfront dividend at approximately what the CA indicated at 4 times the value of the regulatory lag. We're amenable, and we might be different from some other parties on this topic, we're amenable to the audit savings, that roughly 25 million being included as part of the consumer dividend rather than in addition to. We do certainly think that the CD should be in addition to prior savings commitments such as the ERP and EAM savings that were tracked previously. Next slide, please. Okay, now here is the much criticized present value analysis that Mr. Williams did not care for. This analysis is very simple and straightforward. It leverages the risk financial model. It's just looking at the present value of 22 basis points and comparing that to a one-time upfront dividend using both the discount rate of the utilities ROE, as well as a much higher discount rate that might represent kind of the credit card rate that an LMI customer might bear. Now, it's the only kind of salient point that I could take out of Mr. Williams' comment on this was that he seemed to imply that at some point in the future, the consumer dividend might go away. And if it goes away, then of course, a present value calculation out to 2045 wouldn't be applicable. I guess I would just comment that if the consumer dividend is to go away at some point, are we also proposing that the removal of that regulatory lag also go away, or in other words, come back at some point? And one alternative, last comment on this, one alternative present value calculation that one could make is to calculate the present value of 4 years worth of that regulatory lag, which is what would be the consumer dividend potentially, and compare that to the present value of the entire perpetuity of that regulatory lag going away forever. And you would find, again, the utility comes out far ahead. Next slide, please. So we support, as most parties do, the proposed material thresholds for 1 million for MECO and HELCO and 4 million for HECO. The Commission might also want to consider increasing the materiality thresholds by the ARA each year. Now, let's keep in mind, we're now talking about 5-year MRPs, and 1 or 2 MRPs into the future, those materiality thresholds are much lower on a real basis. So it might just be appropriate to increase those thresholds with ARA, and then you don't have to have a proceeding to re-update those periodically. Recovery should only be available for exogenous events like natural disasters, pandemics, and changes in federal law. I think most parties agree with that. We believe it should not be available for inadequate planning or maintenance, legislative and commission mandates, and any laws or requirements that pre-existed the commencement of PBR. As we believe, especially with the planning and maintenance side, there's a moral hazard in which costs could be cut in order to achieve higher earnings since the revenues are basically fixed. And then when a Z factor or storm comes through and that poor maintenance becomes manifest that you can collect it during a Z-factor event. So we want to avoid those types of moral hazards. Next slide, please. So I think most parties somewhat reluctantly recognize that MPIR is sort of a necessary evil. It provides a necessary relief valve back to cost of service regulation for transformative projects. However, as the consumer advocate and a number of other parties have pointed out, potential abuse of MPIR could lead to double recovery of large amounts of business as usual replacement CapEx if that was requested as part of MPIR. Next slide, please. So running through some of the details on the MPIR guidelines, we do like the eligible projects list as provided in the existing MPIR guidelines and believe we should continue to focus on those. Along with most parties, we agree that baseline plant additions and routine replacements should not be eligible for MPIR recovery, as we believe that would be double recovery. In order to help mitigate the CapEx bias, we're okay with deferred and amortized non-labor expenses such as grid services, non-wireless alternatives, and other contract costs that could be recoverable during as part of MPIR. That seems fair and reasonable. And on new service areas, we do differ from a number of other parties in that as a matter of basic fairness, it seems reasonable to allow some ability to have new service area expansion be covered through MPIR. And this, again, is not central to our position. It seems a matter of basic fairness that no matter how much grid growth we might see, it seems hard to argue that those additional revenues can always be found in the existing target revenues. And although I don't want to spend too much time on this, I might provide a quick analogy that makes it very clear for me. If you were to build a house and rent it out to someone, if you're a smart landlord, you're going to have the rent at the levelized cost of running that house. That means your mortgage, a return for yourself, and the cost of replacing fixtures, repainting the house, doing maintenance on the house over time. Every time you need to replace something in that house, you don't increase the rent for the tenant. So that's to demonstrate that replacement CapEx is available in current rates. But that current rent, although it includes those replacements, doesn't include enough money to go build a second house. It just doesn't make any sense. So while we definitely understand the concerns of some parties that new service areas might be overexploited, and there does need to be restrictions on it, it seems a matter of basic fairness that needs to be allowed. Similarly, we had some reservations about being okay with new thermal plant recovery for new thermal plants through MPIR, but we feel like it could be okay if it can be demonstrated that the plant would not become a stranded asset. In other words, it's completely consistent with Hawaii's energy policy, which would include things like making sure it still makes financial sense, even if the thermal plant had to run on 100% biofuels starting at 2045 and no later than 2045. Otherwise, we have a substantial risk of stranded assets. And finally, we've indicated that we're supportive of an MPIR shared savings mechanism. And we just add one point on this, that it seems, again, fair and reasonable to potentially be a little bit more generous with the sharing of savings to the utility if the MPIR was part of a competitive procurement. When we have competition, we can be much more certain that we're achieving a fair price than when it's a standalone MPIR project that involved no competition. And I would also point out that an IPP that answers a competitive procurement, if they're able to bring in their project for under the cost agreed to in the power purchase agreement or however else it's contracted, they do keep 100% of the savings. So I think there might need to be a difference between MPIRs that are sort of standalone versus MPIRs that were as part of a competitive procurement. Next slide, please. So we have two quotes on the left-hand side of the slide from the Commission's inclinations document. I think it still rings true and is still relevant. I'm not going to read them to you. But the point we want to make here is that if we have the right incentives in place, the utility will likely make different choices and implement different resource plans that can benefit the utility, ratepayers, and public policy goals. In other words, better plans will yield better performance, but we won't get those better plans without better incentives. Next slide, please. So this is some work that Dr. Fripp did in comparing our Ulupono Scenario 2.1, which is developed in Switch, compared to the cost of the resource plan known as the HECO plan that, again, HECO is used in their filings. And this indicates that our scenario is a lower cost scenario. And again, this is not the full financial costs. This is not all sort of target revenues and everything included. This is really just the cost of the resource plan, the generation cost, really. Next slide, please. So despite our resource plan being lower cost, it's also higher in renewable energy and higher in accelerating the RPS. We believe that's exactly what will be incentivized by the incentives that we proposed. Next slide, please. So we strongly believe that when the shareholders' interests are aligned with the ratepayers' interests, it really is possible. It's not a pipe dream. It really is possible to have both above authorized ROE for the utility, increased earnings opportunities for the utility, and at the same time lower rates for ratepayers. And we can demonstrate that in the following slides. Next slide, please. So this is the work that resulted from the Commission's IR to parties number 5, and particularly number 5C. And I have to confess, I kind of groaned inwardly when I got that IR because it involved a substantial amount of work. In the past, when Ulupono has presented slides like this, we've been comparing the status quo regulatory structure to our Ulupono proposed PBR regulatory structure, but always with the same resource plan so that it's an apples to apples comparison. That's not what this is. This is taking the HECO plan, the HECO resource plan, with status quo regulation and comparing it to a PBR construct as proposed by Ulupono with the Ulupono 2.1 scenario. The reason why we did that is because the HECO plan, and I say this not to be critical, but because it borrows very heavily from the E3 work from the PSIP, there are some updates in there, principally for the RFP1 and RFP2 projects. The HECO plan is largely a pre-PBR status quo resource plan. So comparing a status quo resource plan with status quo regulation to a PBR incentives-inspired resource plan, which is what ours represents, with a PBR regulatory construct, can give you the best possible idea of what will be different under PBR incentives. What we see on the graph on the left is the blue line. It represents PBR with our resource plan. And we see that utility has an ability to earn above authorized ROE and have earnings that are above what they've achieved historically. The right-hand side shows that that is done at no additional cost of rate growth. You see 2.0% for Ulupono and 2.1 for the status quo. Next slide, please. So this slide breaks it down further, and you see that comparing the status quo with the HECO plan to the Ulupono RSOP regulation with our scenario on the right, there are modest savings in the short term. And the reason why those savings are only modest in the short term is because the short term is driven very much by those RFP1 and RFP2 projects, and the difference in the resource plans really expands when you get past 2025 beyond those pipeline projects. Next slide, please. So this is where the money is. This is kind of my favorite slide in this entire presentation because the commission pushed us on that IR number 5 to the parties. We did this work. We tried to, as faithfully as we possibly could, represent the HECO plan fairly. We were fair and straight up with all the assumptions and sources of data that are in Exhibit D4 for our resource plan. And yet what we see here is our PBR structure with the resource plan that it would inspire, even with all the PIM values that we talked about yesterday, even with an X of 0, even with some MPIR figured in there and so forth, we see almost a 1 percentage point per year lower compounded annual growth rate for our proposal versus the status quo. So we believe these savings can be significant over the long term. And honestly, even though I was pleasantly surprised by this, I was just hoping, honestly, that we wouldn't have higher rates with the PBR structure because of the PIMs, and the consumer advocate has expressed concern about potentially paying too much in PIMs and it doesn't help rates. This shows that even if you pay all those PIM values that we forecasted yesterday, you can still save money for ratepayers. And that comes from something the companies themselves have often said, which is that the best, most sure way to save ratepayers money is to accelerate the adoption of low fixed price renewable assets. And that's exactly what this analysis shows. Next slide, please. So we believe, again, it's not a pipe dream. We believe it is absolutely entirely possible and reasonable with the right incentives in place. We can actually see less cost or less rate growth for ratepayers. We can have more ROE opportunities for the utility and more renewable energy for everyone. we think that the analysis we've done in comparing HECO's plan with status quo regulation to our resource plan with our PBR structure is the most complete set of evidence that we have for increasing renewables actually saving costs. Next slide, please.
Mr. Clay, 5 minutes.
And I'm finished. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Clay, and thank you everyone this morning for your presentations. We are going to go into recess for lunch and get a little bit extra time today. We're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock, start with the examination. Actually, we're going to start with swearing in of our witnesses. Everyone, please show up maybe 5 minutes early so we get the whole group. We can swear in one time so I don't miss anyone. Please enter the room at 12:55. We'll plan to start the hearing at 1 o'clock with the swearing in, and then beginning with the examination by commission staff. Thank you all again. It was very informative. Excellent work. Appreciate all your time and thought, and look forward to the afternoon. We're in recess. Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully people can start filtering in the Webex room, make sure we have all the witnesses around and be ready to go at 1 o'clock. Okay, just so we're aware, once we start up again, I'm gonna swear in the panel. For those of you that were not here yesterday, because we're not all in the same room together, I'm basically gonna do roll call. And so please unmute yourself when you hear your name, either say present or here, and we'll continue on. And once we get through everyone, do the oath. Sound good? We're going to start up the live stream shortly, so we'll be good to go in a minute, and just double checking to see we have everyone. It's best to do this all at once, so I don't think we have any other. Oh, yeah, I think we're good as far as other time commitments. So start in about a minute. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Live stream's up. So we'll call the hearing back to order. We left off this morning with the party presentations on revenue mechanisms, so now we'll convene the revenue mechanisms panel. Witnesses, please respond when your name's called. You know you're present. I just went through the protocol here. So we'll start with Hawaiian Electric's witnesses. Lead witness, Mr. Joseph Viola. Oop. Sorry, I think you're muted, Joe.
Sorry, I had the double mute on. Sorry, Chair. President.
Okay, next is Shannon Asato.
Present.
Jason Ben.
Present.
Toby Brown.
Present.
Colton Ching.
Present.
Michael DiCaprio.
Present.
Trung Ha.
Present.
Terry Kam.
Present.
Peter Kikuta.
Present.
Mark Lowry.
Present.
Dean Matsuura.
Present.
Adrian McKenzie.
Present.
Patsy Nambu. I think you're on mute.
Present.
Thank you. Sean Riley,
Present.
Jane Sekimura,
Present.
Todd Shipman,
Present.
Thomas Williams,
Present.
Kirsten Wong,
Here.
Peter Young.
Present.
Thank you. Okay, moving to the consumer advocate, the lead witness, Michael Brosh.
Present.
Additional witnesses, Stephen Carver,
Present.
Stephen Hill.
Present.
Thank you. Moving to Blue Planet, lead witness, Ronald Binns,
Present.
Isaac Morawaki,
Present.
Melissa Miyashiro.
Present.
Thank you. City and County of Honolulu, Robert Mold,
Present.
thanks. County of Hawaii, Andrew McCoy.
Present.
Okay, DER parties, lead witness, Robert Harris.
Present.
Thank you. Will Giese.
Present.
Thank you. Life of the Land, Henry Curtis.
Aye.
Ulupono, lead witness, Murray Clay.
Present.
Thank you. Aaron Sowerby,
Present.
Matthias Fritt,
Present.
Douglas Kotiga.
Present.
Okay, thanks everyone. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Yes.
Do.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. We will commence with commission staff questions for the panel witnesses, followed by the commissioners. So I'll turn it over to, I believe it's Mr. Kayatsud again, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. This first question is directed to the Hawaiian Electric Company. So, Mr. Viola, maybe to help expedite this question is going to be about in the I factor. Are you the appropriate person to ask, or would you like to request that another member of your panel respond?
At least on the I factor, probably start off with Tom Williams, and then I think maybe Toby Brown or Mark can help us. But if you start with Tom. Thanks, Tom.
Okay. Okay, so all right, Mr. Williams. So the basis for this question comes from the responses you provided to PUC parties IR 06, where we made inquiries regarding the annual indexing of the proposed I factor to account for inflation in the ARA. The information request noted that the existing O&M RAM and RAM cap provisions, as well as the ARA formula implementation proposed by the parties, function by annually applying a forward-looking projection of annual changes in the GDPPI to prior period revenues. The question in the IR addressed the possibility that repeated cumulative application of forward-looking estimates might stray problematically from the underlying actually realized GDPPI. So first, to be clear, when referring to true up or adjustment, we are not referring to any retroactive adjustments to accrued revenues. Based on later information, we're just talking about how to apply the I factor on a going forward basis to accurately track the GDPPI index. So with that background in place, we just wanted to ask a few clarifying questions about the response we received from the companies. As we understand it, the companies proposed to determine the I factor based on the Blue Chip Economic Indicators report published in September of the year prior to the year it is applied to the ARA. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you identify maybe more specific? Oh, yes.
Let me just interrupt briefly. Yesterday when I was watching on YouTube, I noticed when everybody had their video on, it started breaking up, and your background information was broken up, at least from my perspective. So I guess if we have a bunch of witnesses, if you're not involved in answering the questions, you should probably turn off your video so that we don't break up.
Oh, thank you
and
for
I
that input.
I would also add that Dean Matsura is mainly responsible for that IR request, but I'm familiar with it.
Okay.
Wow, that's the fastest reaction to HECO I've ever seen.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Williams. So yeah, just going back. So could you further just describe in the that report just how the companies proposed to identify the I factor using this report? Just what information you're drawing from the report to base it on. Or maybe I should ask, based on the report, what would the I factor be for the first MRP?
It would be 1.5%.
All right, thank you.
For 2021, we don't know what it would be for subsequent years.
Correct. Yes, thank you. I meant to say, could you tell me what the I factor would be for the first year of the MRP? Thank you. Can you confirm that in the September blue chip report, the change in GDPPI for the most recent quarter reported, which is the second quarter of 2020, is negative 2% annualized, and that this is substantially different from the 1.9% positive increase used in determining the 2020 RAM cap increment based on the February 2020 blue chip report?
Here I would have to refer that to Terry Cam or Dean Matsura for what was actually, I think we attached the blue chip report to that IR response, but I'm not familiar with it.
Mm-hmm.
So is that something Terry or Dean can add?
Yeah, so I think that's probably something that we'll have to look up.
Okay. Well, subject to check. Would you be okay assuming that premise to finish up this line of questioning?
All right.
Subject to check. Would you be okay taking that subject to check to finish this line of questioning?
Sure.
Thank you. In its response to PUC Party's IR-06 in Part E, the consumer advocate suggested that additional experience and information gained during the remaining months of 2020 should result in the GDPPI forecast estimates for 2021 being better reformed. When will the third quarter actual change in GDPPI be published?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure when the publication will take place. I do know that currently for the current RAM, we take a GDPPI as of, I think it's February of that year. So it does get updated, but I don't know the actual timeframes when the updates will be available. But that's probably something else that we need to check on.
Okay. Would the companies agree that some evaluation of whether some special consideration should be made for the year 2020 after more information becomes available this year?
You're talking about for the purposes of a 2021 ARA?
Yes.
I don't think we have a problem. I mean, what we were suggesting was maybe to use the as of the February timeframe, because we're talking about doing a two-step process. The second filing we would make would be in March, and at that time we would be able to update the inflation factor.
How often do you receive these reports? Are they quarterly? Are they monthly?
Mark, can I have, I think Terry Cam has the answer to that question and a few others that you might have had earlier. Terry, can you chime in, please?
Thanks, Joe. Usually we receive these monthly, and we normally get them during about the second week of the following month. So, but I'll have to look up what June's GDPPI was based on the blue chip indicator.
Mm-hmm. Are these reports public?
No, I believe we subscribe to it.
Would the companies be able to supplement the record in this docket, in this case, with those reports?
Yes, we normally submit the February report with our decoupling filing. So that's included as a work paper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Terry, it's not, we don't file it under protective order though, do we? Isn't it? Don't we file it?
No. The work paper in the decoupling filing is not under protective order that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And
Okay,
the IR response was not under protective order, so we should be able to supplement as requested.
Okay, I guess the general question I'm just trying to get at is you seem to suggest in your response that you would use the September figures, and we're just wondering, since you seem to be getting them more frequently, if you would be opposed to using a more updated figure.
Yeah, I think we said in our response that we would be willing to update it for the March filing.
Okay. Both Ulupono and the Consumer Advocate seem to support using a historical rather than forward-looking GDPPI figure for the I factor. Would the companies be opposed to this?
Yeah, that question has come up before, and what we said was that it would be a mismatch. You would be using inflation for the prior year to calculate the ARA for the following year. And, at least, when that question came up, the commission ruled in favor of, staying with the forecasted inflation factors. So I think our position is that you really should have the inflation match up the inflation factor with the year in which you're trying to figure out the rates.
I see. Thank you. I'd like to direct this next question to the Consumer Advocate, so I believe that'll be you, Mr. Brosh. And this is also about the inflation factor. And we're just curious, how would the Consumer Advocate suggest determining the I factor in light of these current pandemic uncertainties?
I would respond first by referencing the dialogue around this issue that occurred after Docket 2013-0141, where we raised a similar question as to the role and use of forecasts versus reported historical GDPPI data. Clearly, conditions now appear to be more volatile than they were then. The variances from time to time between forecasts and actual, when we looked back for several years, were not that significant all those years ago. I think we would want to take a fresh look at that question we raised then as to the what is likely to be the most indicative of ongoing conditions. That would be what we would be after in terms of an inflation index value for at least the initial year. And that may require some smoothing of historical data. We would certainly consider not only the current blue chip view of the future, but how volatile those projections had been in recent months. And I think this is one of the many implementation issues we would need some time to sort out. We look forward to the Commission's guidance and its orders so we can get about the business of working out all of these important details. And this, I think, underscores the importance of allowing the Consumer Advocate sufficient time to respond in an SOP to whatever filings are made to administer the ARA in the future.
Thank you. My next question is also for the Consumer Advocate, so I guess I'll ask you another question. This now moves over to the topic of the customer dividend. In PCIR-CA-09, the Commission asked the Consumer Advocate of its position regarding whether Hawaiian Electric Company's proposed customer dividend satisfied its pledge in the most recent ongoing Hawaiian Electric Company rate case, docket number 2019-0085, to pass on the $25 million in annual savings to customers. In the Consumer Advocate's response, it seemed to indicate that the Consumer Advocate was not proposing any explicit adjustment to the customer dividend to pass these savings commitments on to customers. Is that correct?
The Consumer Advocate's recommendation on consumer dividend is to pass through to customers as a one-time bill credit 4 years worth of the value arising from accelerating the accrual date for annual ARA inflation increases. And it is completely unrelated to the management audit savings. Is that responsive to your question?
It is, and maybe this leads up to a follow-up I have. So, if not in the customer dividend, did any part of the consumer advocates PBR proposal change as a result of the management audit and resulting savings commitment made by the companies as a result of the settlement agreement in that rate case?
No, the proposals didn't change. I think we indicated in the response to that IR that we explicitly considered the forecasted expense savings expected to arise from the management audit in the consumer advocates' financial projections. So that gave us a little help in terms of estimated future O&M expense, but we did not modify the proposals. We did indicate that if the commission saw fit to explicitly account for the management audit commitment of savings, that those should be additive to the consumer advocates' recommendation for a consumer dividend, because the consumer dividend recommendation had not accounted for those savings.
Okay, and following up from that, do you have any ideas or specific proposals for how those audit savings might be incorporated into the dividend?
We've not worked with the amounts. As I said, we put the expense part of the savings into the consumer advocates O&M forecast for modeling purposes. We obviously reviewed the company's translation of amounts into revenue requirement equivalents, which is an inherently complex translation exercise that assumes certain things about the distribution of payroll costs in future periods that are difficult to know as we sit here today. We could accept assumptions around those variables and quantify some values that could have an additive effect. What I think was in mind when we said you can combine those values if the commission saw fit to explicitly account for them, you could combine those values by blending together the Hawaiian Electric Company's references to out-year consumer dividends that would result from their approach in combination with our one-time upfront bill credit.
I see. Thank you very much, Mr. Brosh. I'd like to direct this next question to Ulupono. So, Mr. Clay, I guess I'll start with you. And this is a related. And in your presentation this morning, one of your slides indicated that Ulupono would be amenable to including the management audit savings in the customer dividend. I guess similar to what I just asked Mr. Brosh, did you have any ideas how this might be accomplished or what this might look like?
Yes, our point on that was mostly that so long as that 4 times the estimated value, the regulatory lag, is in excess of that roughly 25 million of management audit savings, that we are actually amenable to that being included, meaning being part of the customer dividend, not in addition to. However, we would want that to be a straight reduction, whether you want to call it a bill credit or a reduction in target revenues. That would be a straight reduction in revenues, not any kind of a tracking mechanism like it sounds like was done for ERP and EAM, just a straight reduction in revenues or bill credit.
See, thank you. I'd like to turn back to the Hawaiian Electric companies now. So, Mr. Viola, I'll start with you again, and we can direct it from there. Originally, in this docket, the companies proposed a customer dividend of 0.22%. Since then, the proposal has been changed to now reflect the passing on of the company's management audit savings annual commitment instead. Is that correct?
That's correct. Can I explain? Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, let me kind of cut to the chase on it. Early in the docket, the company said there are other reasons that we didn't think there should be a customer dividend. However, since that time, the management audit took place. We think the customer dividend is tailor-made for the management audit savings. The customer dividend, as I understand it, and all of our experts and everybody I've read, says the customer dividend is intended to represent essentially a down payment on the efficiencies that a company will achieve during the control period. But it's an approximation, it's a representation. We looked around the country, 22 basis points seem to be a common amount for that customer dividend. But again, that's an approximation. That's a guess at what the efficiencies might be. Well, in fact, here we had a management audit. We had an auditor come in and spend 7 months to look at our operations, do a very, very comprehensive review of our operations, look for areas for improvements and efficiencies. After that process, after a very lengthy report, suggested that the amount of the customer dividend, ramping up after 3 years to $25 million in annual savings to be sustained for a 10-year period at least, was a quote stretch target. Again, a CD, customer dividend is probably called a stretch target as well. Auditor identified that as a stretch target, but realistic. The companies agreed to that. So the company's thinking, instead of having a kind of a generic, a proxy amount to represent savings, that it's much more appropriate to have an informed decision on what's actually achievable, what's reasonably achievable, a stretch target as determined by an actual review and assessment of the company's operation and what's achievable and what might be on the stretch target. That's why we changed course on that and suggested that.
I see. Thank you. Under the company's updated proposal, which uses these management audit savings, what is the customer dividend value for the first year?
In the first year, the customer dividend value would be 0, and that is a factor of, as part of the audit process, as part of the auditor's recommendation with which the company agreed, there would be certain investments the company has to make to achieve those savings. Those are in the form of perhaps severance payments. So for the first year, there would be a net negative amount while we achieve those. Essentially, those are staff reductions. So the first year under that proposal, it would be 0. In our reply statement of position at pages 100 to 102, it's footnote 303, the company suggested that if literally there has to be a day one savings, that we could supplement that. Now, we suggested take the 22 basis points, that is typically a customer dividend. You could have that in year one, that would produce a day one savings. So we've offered that up as an alternative. I would say, again, we've documented in our filings that over time, the management audit savings would exceed a 22 basis point customer dividend.
Oh, no, thank you very much for that clarification, Mr. Viola. And I guess I'll stay with you for now, but we'll move on to a different topic. I had some questions, some clarifying questions about the MPIR I wanted to ask you, and again, we can direct them as appropriate. In response to the company's, in the company's response to PUC Parties IR 04, the company's introduced a, I guess, a new two-tiered approach to MPIR, to looking at MPIR eligibility, under which the first tier would include projects that are transformative, such as the projects currently listed in the examples in the existing MPIR guidelines, and would be eligible if they're greater than $2.5 million. And then there would be a second tier, which would include any projects costing $30 million or more. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we made that response that's exactly right. The commission asked us to address a statement made that perhaps at least for some of the category of projects that we identified as new projects to serve new areas, it might just be more straightforward to have a dollar amount. So we agree that where we can have a straightforward approach. So that was in response to the PC's question. We are okay with that alternative. We think that would probably solve a lot of problems. We would like going forward into the future to have, not to have controversy over what's eligible. To some extent, I'm not sure that's avoidable. This would be an example where you could have a straightforward, you wouldn't argue over what's eligible. And that amount, that category, I think represents something that, in fact, Blue Planet has recognized, that the ARA is typically not suited for lumpy investments. And we have a lot of projects that we've identified that would be significant projects that, in our view, they would and should be eligible under MPIR. However, if you just take a dollar threshold, again, that's a pretty significant dollar threshold, 30 million in our view. Represents a reasonable balance of eligible versus just what we would have to recover under ARA.
Well, that leads me right to my next question. How did the companies arrive at that at $30 million as an appropriate threshold?
Let me, I'm going to turn that over to Dean. I have an idea, but I want to make sure Dean gets it right. Dean, can you help us out?
Yeah, actually, there wasn't really any magic to it. We kind of felt like, we wanted to be able to offer something that might be acceptable to the other parties and the commission. And, we basically thought, for the non-transformative projects, there's some, I guess, some resistance to include non-transformative projects as recoverable. So, we thought that, if we're going to go with this type of alternative, then, we would look for a higher number than 2.5 million for the, the non-transformative type projects. So, that's basically what we did. There wasn't any real magic to deriving that number.
Oh, thank you.
If I can add to that, Mark.
Please, Mr. Viola.
At least, sorry, and thank you. Certainly agree with what Dean said. We kind of looked at also the projects that we had planned, and we under that $30 million threshold, 3 of the substations I think we had planned would be below that, so they would not be eligible for MPIR. So we tried to look for a balance based on the projects that we have planned. And Tom would probably be able to help me here. I'm not going to call on him necessarily, but I think if you convert roughly a $30 million project into revenue requirements, it roughly approximates per year the amount of our suggested Z-factor threshold, $4 million or so.
Try to rebalance, the X factor, based on what the results would be if we change the criteria. So that was included in our response.
Thank you. Well, okay. Just following up from that, why not have a single threshold set at $30 million for MPIR eligibility? Is since the MPIR is as some of the parties have characterized, is meant to capture these lumpy projects that don't fit neatly under the ARA. Wouldn't it be simpler just to set the threshold at that?
It would be, I'll take it. It would be simpler to do that. I don't think that's going to achieve the objectives that were intended by MPIR. And I think that a lot of parties support. Again, most parties, it seems, is no disagreement that kind of exceptional transformational type projects should be encouraged. We should allow investments in those. To have a $30 million threshold, it's gonna cut out a fair amount of those projects. That's a pretty big threshold between nothing and 30. So yeah, if you had one, it's easier. We think certainly it's the company's position that a 2-tiered threshold makes a lot of sense. The projects that we've all identified as needing support, needing investment, should have the traditional $2.5 million threshold. The $30 million was offered up for the area that seems to be most controversial. Like some parties consider that to be business as usual. We don't, but we understand there's this disagreement there. We think the 2.5 still makes sense for the transformational type projects.
Let me follow up just quickly on that point, Mr. Viola. Then, so maybe if not 30 million, I believe the existing threshold is the GO7 threshold of 2.5 million. Would there be a threshold? There be a number above the 2.5 million, somewhere between 2.5 and 30, that would be more appropriate then?
For all projects?
Yes, as a single threshold.
I guess we haven't thought about it that way, but would there be a number that's appropriate? I'm sure we could identify a project. I mean, we could identify a number. In our view, it's going to be on the lower end, of course. I mean, we don't want. I understand a lot of the parties in this docket want to, I think, essentially restrict investment for the sake of lowering rates, and that's a truism. It will happen if we're not allowed to make investments. We won't get recovery on investments. That would have a downward pressure on rates, but it's going to have a significant pressure on us accomplishing all of the other objectives that the commission, the parties, and we want to accomplish. So there's a fine balance that we've been living with the 2.5 million. We've done our financial analysis based on 2.5 million. I guess if it were any project that seems to me that goes back to kind of the above RAM cap concept that first was established when the RAM cap as an interim measure was established. If there were a dollar value above that, maybe that would work too. It'd certainly make it simple. That's something I guess we would certainly consider.
Thank you. Currently, how many MPIR applications is the company expecting to be submitting for each year on a consolidated basis?
So I think we've done a rough estimate. We've planned those out. Maybe I'm going to need help on the number of applications. And I'm going to start off, I hope I go to Dean and get that right. Dean, do you know how many MPIR applications we have projected over the next couple of years per year? Or whether that should be someone else. Maybe that's Trung, maybe Trung Ha?
Yeah, it's in Trung's support. You know, there's a listing of forecasted projects, so it's there. We just have to find that document.
Yeah, hi,
Okay.
At that table and get back to the group.
Thank you very much, Trung. Okay, let's see. All right, Mr. Viola, I'm going to come back to you. Still in the MPIR. And actually for this, I'm going to ask Grace to put up a slide. Grace, can you put up this table? This is drawn from the company's initial statement of position, pages 92 to 93. It should be a annual, historical, as well as projected plant additions. This particular page, I believe, is 92. It shows the projections for the Hawaiian Electric. On pages 93, I believe you also have them for Hawaiian Electric Light and Maui Electric, but for purposes of this, we can just use this here. I just have some questions to clarify which categories of plant addition shown in the future years on the chart and table would be eligible for MPIR recovery according to the company's proposal, both in its, I guess, its statements of position as well as under this new two-tiered approach that you've suggested. So I just want to go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I thought that was the question. Sorry, I jumped in.
No.
I'm probably going to need, I think Trung's help in actually helping us identify which out of these were assumed to be MPIR. I'll ask Trung. I'm not sure if we, obviously this was our statement of position, right? So you're asking us to make an adjustment if we had the two-tiered approach as well. I'm not sure we've done that, but Trung, are you the person who can help us identify which one of these projects would be MPIR eligible?
Well, I can break it down, then maybe you two can kind of go back and forth. I was going to ask you to answer completely open-ended, don't worry. So so most of these are just clarifications and confirmations. So the blue segments of the bars here are labeled baseline, and just want to confirm that these are baseline additions that would not be eligible for MPIR because they're below the 2.5 million threshold?
If they're below 2.5 million, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, next question. Starting, as you look at this table, starting in the years 2021 through the year 2027, there's something here labeled annual plant additions identified for, this is the title, asset management, resilience, reliability projects. And I think they're indicated by those red striped parts there. Let's see. And it looks like these were part of the financial modeling analyses you ran for scenarios 5, 6, and 7. Is that correct?
Trung, can you confirm that for us? I believe it is.
That is correct.
Okay. And under these analyses, those asset management, resilience, reliability projects are being funded with ARA-determined revenues. They are not being modeled as MPIR projects, correct?
That is correct. They are not MPIR.
Okay. And so under the MPIR proposal, as stated in your initial and reply statement of position, they would not be MPIR eligible, correct?
I think the way they were modeled in our financial scenario, we did not include them as MPIR. But as you know, we've clarified in IRs that have been submitted, as time goes on and as these projects are identified and formed, and if they do fit the criteria for MPIR, then the companies would file them as such. But at this point, without detailed information on what the projects are, the companies have taken the route to leave them out of the MPIR category.
Do you have a rough estimate for what proportion of these red striped additional asset management, reliability, resilience projects might be converted to MPIR in the future?
I do not. Not sure whether Colton Ching can touch on that at all.
Yeah, hi, this is Colton. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Just before you answer, so Mark, obviously, the answer to that question to some extent depends on how MPIR will be modified. The company's position has been that certain projects to serve new load and et cetera, is eligible. If the commission clarifies that, our answer would be one way. If the commission adopted the alternative threshold, the answer would probably be different. With that, I think, up until basically the IR answer, we had been assuming that those projects would be eligible. With that, Colton, maybe you can follow up on that.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Mr. Koitsu, this is Colton Ching from Hawaiian Electric. So the $60 million shown in this table that Mr. Ha ran for his financial models just represents a scenario. And as Mr. Ha sort of inferred, it doesn't represent a dollar amounts tied to a specific set of projects and programs per se. Having said that, it's labeled as asset or additional asset management, resilience and reliability projects, and is intended, again, just for the purposes of running a financial scenario model analysis, additional CapEx to fund the combination of those three activities. So again, as Mr. Viola did say, ultimately, what's going to drive your answer is what the commission allows us to recover from MPIR. But to give you an example, perhaps maybe to help give perhaps a little bit more fulfilling of an answer, a portion of this category is for resilience projects. To enhance the resilience of the electric grid across the three utilities. It would be a portion of it because it's one of three. But again, the $60 million doesn't tie to any specific set of plans. So what we would ultimately develop in our strategy to implement resilience enhancements, which is still under development, may be a fairly small portion of the 60 million. But it may grow to be a fairly large component of the 60 million, maybe even beyond that, again, because the $60 million was just to represent a sort of scenario analysis, not to represent a specific implementation strategy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ching. Mr. Viola, I think I heard you mention as part of your response before Mr. Ching's response that the companies would view that all of these red striped asset management, reliability, resilience projects would still be eligible for MPIR. So I'm just curious, what if any reason would there be for the company not to seek MPIR recovery for them if you believe they would be eligible?
If they are eligible, we would seek recovery in the MPIR. I guess in the future, if there was some determination by the company, I can't think of right now. If they were eligible and obviously, all MPIR allows us to do is make a presentation, a request to the commission. So I think the only reason we would exclude something from MPIR is if we didn't think we could meet the business case requirement to establish that for some reason. These meet all of the MPIR eligibility criteria and requirements. I can't think of anything offhand. And if I could, just to, I think, to follow up on your earlier questions, I think, Tom Williams referenced some of that $60 million in his presentation, slides, 37. If it's okay, maybe I can ask Tom to kind of provide a little more clarity on that 60 million.
Yeah, thanks. If that's okay. I
Please
was hurrying through slides this morning, so I didn't cover the slides that had the capital projects that were included in the financial scenarios, but they're actually included in my slide deck. If the one for HECO is slide 32 for, I think, and it shows the MPIR projects. Slide 33 is for HELCO, it shows MPIR projects. Slide 34 is for Maui Electric, it shows MPIR projects. And they all show the additional, what we call the asset management, resilience, and reliability projects. And then we included in slide 35, and this is all from the exhibit that Mr. Trung submitted on the financial scenarios, straight out of that exhibit. There's a slide that's Exhibit C, from Exhibit C Attachment 2, and it shows the source for the 60 million. Now, the source for the 60 million had reliability of 1.2 for HECO, a resilience of 13, and T&D asset strategies of 73. So it had added up to 87. In discussing what to put into the financial analysis, we looked at some additional factors such as ability to execute and things like that. So we limited the financial scenario to 60 million of that 87. Of the three categories, I think the resilience category is the one that we suggested might be an appropriate addition to MPIR. And there's a discussion of that. And there's another attachment to the exhibit that goes through this in much more detail about where these projects come from and what they represent. And then there was a subsequent IR response that went into even more detail. So, I mean, and Colton's group is the one, and others are the ones that provided that information to us.
All right. Thank you. And maybe stay on, maybe you'll be able to answer this next question as well. I think it might be related to your slides. Turning back to that table, the yellow columns that I believe are labeled major projects, non-MPIR, for the years 2024 and 2025, can you identify what those are related to? I believe they're 134 million in 2024 and 30 million in 2025.
So those projects for Hawaiian Electric are shown on slide 32. For 2024, it was the new Waiau 46 kV substation, Wahiawa Waimano 46 kV addition, and Iwalei 25 kV extension. In 2025, it was Archer 46 kV replacement project. Those are shown on that slide.
All right.
32.
Thank you. And just confirming, maybe this goes back to Mr. Hawthorne. So just confirming, I'm assuming because they're labeled not MPIR, is it the company's position that under the MPIR proposal in its under the MPIR proposal, would those projects not be eligible for MPIR relief? Is that what this chart is indicating, or?
That's correct. If I could take a mark again, that would be under the company's proposal. Those would not be eligible for MPIR. Under the alternative proposal that the commission asked about, if the threshold now is 30 million, obviously that would change a little bit. Projects above the $30 million threshold then would be eligible. The ones below 30 million. Actually, the assumption here is that certain substation projects below 30 million would be eligible. So that would change the answer.
I see. So if I suppose hypothetically, if this table were to be redone, applying the new two-tier proposal you put forth, it would shift these colors, these bars around a lot.
I don't know about a lot, but to some degree, the threshold we were using here was the 2.5, and if it were our eligibility criteria, if you change it to 30 million, it would, I think, it would affect how many of those major projects would be eligible under MPIR.
I see. Thank you. How were, for those non-MPIR projects in scenario 5D, were they considered MPIR, or were they covered by ARA revenue?
I think I know the answer, but Trung, can you confirm that they would be treated as ERA?
Yes, in the scenarios that were submitted, they were covered under our revenues.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, okay, moving back to the additional asset management resilience reliability. Again, this might be a bit of a redundant question, but assuming the new two-tier MPIR proposal, would those now be considered MPIR? MPIR?
They could. I mean, there could be some overlap, right? We're suggesting that resilience should be an eligible category in and of itself. So under the unmodified, well, if that were so, then projects at above the $2.5 million threshold would be potentially eligible. If the threshold were changed to $30 million or or if there were only one threshold, then that would change which of those projects would be eligible. But our starting premise is that projects for resilience should be eligible depending on the dollar threshold.
Thank you. Mr. Viola, now I want to ask another question, and this is about pilot programs. I know we did not specifically include that as a topic in the list we put out, but we did indicate that we'd like to talk about all issues and subjects. So I'm just wondering if your panel's prepared to talk about this today.
You know, we had folks from yesterday. It depends on the question. So I know all is fair game. That was not something that we necessarily thought was going to come up today, but we'll take a shot at it. I'm not promising we'll be able to give you a satisfactory answer, but we don't object to you asking.
Thank you. I appreciate your candor and your willingness to be a good sport. And again, these are mostly intended to be clarifying questions, so hopefully they're not too too specialized. The companies stated in their phase 2 reply statement of position that they would focus on developing a pilot framework in the electrification of transportation docket. In that framework, the companies have stated that it is narrowly focused on efficiently promoting innovative EOT pilot projects. So the question I have for your panel is, can the proposed EOT pilot framework be broadened and potentially included as part of the PBR framework?
I think it can. Obviously, there were dollar amounts in there that were premised on pursuing EOT projects, but the criteria that we noted in there, again, I think the Commission gave us guidance, look at what Green Mountain Power is doing. So I think some of the core criteria that are in that proposed project could be transferred over to a more generic or, maybe a comprehensive pilot program. I think there's, there were certainly generally applied principles in there.
Well, you've anticipated the only other question I had on that, and which is what changes would be necessary, if any, to sort of incorporate that proposed EOT pilot into the PBR framework.
I'd have to take a look at that. Certainly, again, the dollar threshold was premised upon what we anticipate doing for pilot type projects for EOT. We'd have to give a little bit of consideration whether that amount would be sufficient. But depending on the the type of pilot, we would probably propose it on obviously a pilot by pilot filing. Aside from that, I'd have to go back and take a look to see what would change. Again, my gut instinct is not a whole lot, but I'd have to double back on that and take a look.
All right, thank you. That's a fair answer. Let's see. Okay, Mr. Viola, I'm going to direct this question to you again, but it kind of goes back to some of the material that came up during Mr. Williams' presentation. So I understand if Mr. Williams maybe it would be the more appropriate person to respond. Turning back, so this question focuses on a higher level, on looking at reviewing the higher level impact of the company's proposed PBR framework. So as we were watching the company's presentation this morning, there were a number of slides summarizing the effect of the company's proposed ARA formula and estimated MPIR adjustments based on the company's financial modeling. I believe those were slides 10 through 15. Is that correct?
That sounds right to me.
Okay. Okay. What is the total revenue increase attributed to the ARA over the 2021 to 2025 MRP?
That I am going to ask at least Tom to start off with. He may need to ask for some help too. Can you start us off, Tom? If not, in the interest of time, Trung, is that something you can help us out with?
Yeah, I really think these slides are taken from Trunk's financial analysis. So if he can help with that, that would be good.
And if it's easier, just to clarify, if it's easier too for purposes of just these questioning, I mean, you could just report the figures for Hawaiian Electric and not necessarily for all three if it's going to take too much time to consolidate the figures.
Yeah, I think it'll be easier. Hawaiian Electric. And so you're asking for annual ARA increase
over the initial MRP, yes. Or yeah, total revenue increase attributed to the ARA over the 2021 to 2025 MRP.
So between 2021, inclusive of going through 2025, the total ARA increase, and I'm referencing the company's key proposal, which is scenario 5B. And that was what Mr. Williams presented in the slides earlier. But over that time frame, the ARA increase is roughly about $113 million between 2021 and 2025.
Thank you. And similarly, what is the total revenue increase attributed to the MPIR over that same time period?
Just the increase in MPIR?
The revenue increase attributed to the MPIR over that period, yes.
I think you have to look at slide 29 for that. We tried to show those numbers.
So the increase in MPIR over the base.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I misspoke. I'm sorry, Mr. High. I'm looking at my notes. I misspoke. Total MPIR, not the incremental. Excuse me.
Total MPIR, again, scenario 5B, between 2021 through 2025 is approximately $152 million, and this is total.
Thank you. And I believe there's also a provision under this scenario for a rate increase. Is that correct? Or rate case increase, excuse me.
Correct. There's a provision for a rate case in 2025.
And what is the associated amount?
So looking at a full calendarized year, it's approximately $46 million.
Okay. And then there should also be some sort of adjustment for the application of the customer dividend, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Taking all of that into account, subject to check and based on your estimates, what would the resulting percent increase over target revenues from 2020 be?
So give me 1 second to calculate that.
Take your time. Thank you.
And we're talking through 2026? Through which time period?
So basically taking the 2021 through 2025, I'm taking those amounts and then estimating what percent increase that would be over the 2020 target revenues.
Mr. Kayatsu, this is Tom Williams. I just add that you can't take that total MPIR revenue because there was MPIR revenue in the base target revenues in 2020. So you can only take the incremental MPIR revenues if you're going to do this exercise.
I see, Mr. Ha. Are the incremental figures available for you at this time, or would that require extensive calculations on your part?
We included those incremental ones in slide 29.
That's the case, then could you please provide the percent increase both for the total and for the incremental then?
I could. It will take me a little bit of time just to calculate and make sure everything's right.
And of course, subject to check, if it turns out later that there was a miscalculation, I understand I'm putting you on the spot, so.
So let me do MPIR first. So if I look at MPIR revenue, the percent increase using 2020 as a base and comparing it against the value in 2025 in our scenario, the increase over the time frame over the base in 2021 is 57%. So it goes from roughly 22 million in total in 2020 to about 35 million in 2025. Representing about a 57% increase over that time frame. And if you want me to look at total target revenue change in the same manner, I'm calculating that.
Well, I think what you provided, Tron, was the increase in MPIR revenue.
Yeah, that was the
percentage increase over total, not the percentage increase over total target revenue.
Exactly, just the MPIR increase.
Yeah, no, I think maybe to take a step back, just what I'm trying to get a sense from what you're presenting is, so I'm just trying to get a sense of taking a big step back, what the increases are looking like under the ARA and the MPIR and including the offsets from the customer dividend, like what that looks like over this MRP period from where we are right now.
So I just would suggest if you want to do it without the rate case, because I'm not sure I included the ones with the rate case, but slide 29, you start with total. This is including revenue tax, so this will give you the rate impact. It started with 723 million in the base, and then increases to 854 million in 2025. So you can see that the total increase from both MPIR and from the ARA over that period is 122 million. Then you could calculate the compound annual growth rate if you wanted to, or you could take that total percentage. I could use my calculator and do that myself.
Sorry, Mr. Ha. I mean, with those, I think Mr. Williams was helping to provide information maybe to help clarify. But I'm just checking. So did you understand the nature of the question, or do you need more information to perform the calculations? Okay.
I guess I just need. Sorry, are you talking to me, Mr. Ha?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, Mr. Ha. Yeah. Let me put it out this way then. Because I'm looking at the back of my envelope calculations, and maybe it's more efficient for me to ask subject to check. It looks like, again, that the ARA increase, the revenues associated with the ARA, it appears to be roughly 113 million. Does that appear correct?
Correct. Roughly correct. Yes.
Rough. And then again, approximately, and subject to check, it appears that the associated MPIR revenues would be roughly 152 million. Is that correct?
That's correct. Again, we're talking in total. Yes.
Correct. Yes, in total. Thank you for clarifying. And then the associated rate case amount would be roughly subject to check 46 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then I think so that would add up to about 289 million, but then there'd be an offset for the customer dividend from that number, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just to confirm, and then these figures presented here, they do not take into account any additional revenues that might be earned from the successful reward from performance incentive mechanisms or shared savings mechanisms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. And again, I know I'm putting you on the spot with these calculations, and I know these numbers are subject to check and they're larger scale. But I think the point that I'm just trying to get at is this seems to be a fairly resulting in a fairly large roughly $270 million increase over revenues over the MRP. Is that correct?
So maybe I can try. Your numbers, I'm not going to debate your numbers, Mark. What I would draw a distinction on is obviously the amounts attributable to ARA would be, we're all contemplating that's an automatic index-based adjustment. Everything else, MPIR, rate cases, we're not going to get those dollars just for asking for them. The commission has to approve those. So your overall number, that I understand what you're getting at. It goes back to the kind of under the RAM cap, over the RAM cap notion that we started out with. That anything else above the ARA is subject to commission approval based on a presentation by the companies that those are justified and they're in the public interest.
Thank you, Mr. Viola. I appreciate your willingness to just engage without disputing the actual specific figures and getting to that. I think that the question I have for the company is, looking at that large type of increase, how is this I guess consistent with some of the identified goals and outcomes for performance-based regulation in this docket, where it looks like this is translating into a pretty significant revenue impact.
I mean, I guess if you look at you're right, Mark. The adjustments for ARA, any adjustments or revenues we get for MPIR, any adjustments we get if there's a rate case, if there increases, they drive upward pressure on them. There are, as the commission knows, there are many diverse objectives in this docket. So yes, we need to make investments. If we have an obligation to serve, obviously. Everybody in this docket, the commission, the companies, the stakeholders want us to achieve certain investments. We got to modernize our grid. Going back to Murray Clay's analogy, we need to kind of build a new house. So if we can restrict investment, but that's also going to restrict our ability to accomplish the many other goals and objectives that are identified in this docket. We need reliable service. We need resilient service. We need to increase customer. So your point is a fair point. There are trade-offs and counter interests in this docket. And I think, again, that's one of the unique aspects of this docket, that we have to look at the whole package of results in terms of how those impact customers. So yes, allowing us an ARA adjustment, allowing us MPIR, if we were able to have a rate case in the future, we'll put upward pressure on affordability and costs. The question is, what value do customers get out of that? Are those providing value in terms of, are those dollars going to result in investments that are in the public interest?
Thank you much, Mr. Viola. I appreciate your answer and your candor. I have no further questions for this panel, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kayatsu. I believe we'll take a 10-minute recess, take a break, and then we'll resume with Commissioner Suntian and Commissioner's examination. Thank you, Mr. Kayatsu. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you. We'll call it 2:15. We'll resume. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We're going to get started again another minute or so. Start with the examination with Commissioner Sunsian. People can hopefully start filing back in.
Chair, if we may ask for permission, I can ask for this when we start. We'd just like to follow up perhaps on one question that was asked, but one of Mr. Kayetsu's questions when we resume.
I guess I'll have to ask. I'll ask Mr. Kayetsu. I assume that'll be okay with him.
I don't have a problem with it. No.
Okay. Sure. We'll start that. We will follow up with that when we get folks back and. Okay, we have the live stream up. It's 2:15. So call the hearing back to order and pick up where Mr. Viola said they have a follow-up response to Mr. Kayetsu. So we'll conclude that and then move to Commissioner Sunsian's examination.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, Mark, Mr. Kayetsu, I appreciate the questions before the break. I'm trying to get a sense of the magnitude of these, the adjustments under the company's proposal, at least on the multi-year rate plan. And I asked during the break, Mr. Ha, to calculate or give us an idea of what the type of bill impact that would be on a consolidated basis. The numbers based on the prior discussion. Trung, could you let us know what you have calculated?
Sure. Hopefully you can all hear me. And this is based off of our supplemental response to CAIR 77, which we submitted last Thursday. We did not have time due to various factors to get the full customer bill impact calculations in that filing, but we can provide that in a supplemental response. But our updated scenario 5B that the companies are proposing, if you look at the customer bill impact and the compounded annual growth rate over the time period we're looking at in our financial analysis, which is 2021 through 2027, our consolidated bill impact over this review period is 1.6% CAGR. And so, that's, you saw an earlier chart from Mr. Murray from Ulupono that probably had potentially older numbers from prior Hawaiian Electric analysis. But that's our current update right now for our proposed scenario.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for that follow-up. And you said you'll be filing that as a supplement to your supplemental response in the record? Yes,
we'll be filing that. And then, sorry, if I have time for one more follow-up, you asked for the number of MPIR applications in this time period, one of your opening questions.
Yes.
And so if you look at the list that we've previously filed, if you look at the initial statement of positions, Exhibit P1, and also in Mr. Williams' slides earlier, there are listed MPIR projects. Now, some of the projects are going to be combined in a filing. So the estimate right now as to the total number of filings is about 10 over our financial analysis time period, which is, again, 2021 through 27. So 10 applications is what's being estimated over that time frame. And it looks like a majority of those applications look like they would be filed between now and 2024. As you can imagine, a filing estimate is a little bit harder to ascertain.
Right. Thank you very much. I appreciate the update.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Sunsian, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Viola, I'm going to just start with you, and you can tell me who it is. But my questions are kind of grouped by the presentations as they appeared, so it might jump around on different topics. But the first one is Hawaiian Electric Companies. and talking about the multi-year rate plan. And right, it was described, right, and I understand the whole thing about having some uncertainty on what happens after the 5-year period, control period, and how rating agencies might take that, how they interpreted that, how do we explain that, how you folks explain that when they come and take a look at the company for the next whatever rating period that will be. And what I heard was, so basically we need some certainty. And then what I'm hearing from the company is that at the end of the 5-year control period, there would be basically a rate case. Is that correct? Is that the thinking?
It's thank you for the assumption. What we have proposed is that a rate case would be optional either at the company's election or the commission's election. So, well, let us just be clear. We don't know for sure that we want to file a rate case for 5 years. What we're asking for, we may need that opportunity. The future's uncertain. We don't know. What we do know is that a rate case has certain value in establishing, or perhaps if we need to collect revenues to serve our core obligations, we may need that opportunity. But we have offered a couple alternatives to a rate case. So it's not, we're not suggesting that a rate case is a definite outcome at the end of the control period. We're suggesting that it's one of the available options. And I would note as well, I'm not aware, I think our consultants scoured, the jurisdictions out there with multi-year rate plans. And we're not aware of any multi-year rate plan that has an indefinite control period. And effectively, that's the company's concern, is that if we're saying we have a control period, then you have a control period and something happens at the end. The notion I think we get from some of the discussion is that there's just this indefinite period. But maybe I can ask, Tom actually helped us draft up those alternatives. Maybe you can provide a little more clarity to our proposals, Tom, please.
Actually, Joe, I think you did a great job of explaining what our proposal is, so I don't think I have anything I need to add.
Okay. Maybe just a follow-up then. So if the company or the commission elects to have a rate case at the end, what's going to be the basis? Are we going back to a cost of service review again, or is it going to look different? I'm just wondering because, right, I only know COS rate cases versus any other type of rate case.
So that's, thank you again for that question. That's one of the options, Commission Assumption. If we have one of the options is a kind of traditional rate case. Now, I know all the other parties or a lot of the other participants in this docket say don't go there, it's a terrible thing to do. We don't agree with that necessarily, and I don't think Act 5 actually prohibits that. So one of the options would be a traditional cost of service rate case. That's what we're using to inform us going into the control period. If you have to rebase rates, which is the traditional exercise at the end of the control period, one of the ways to do that is a traditional cost of service rate case. Now, again, we've offered some alternatives. There could be something that's in between that. There could be submissions of information, but I have the question. I've heard this from some of the other parties. And again, these are tough issues. I'm not saying we have everything figured out, but it seems that all the other parties say at the end of some period of time, perhaps at 5 years, we take a look and we see how things are working. And there are even some off-ramps that would be triggered depending on how our ROE performance and other performance goes. But I wonder, I'm struggling too, how do you decide what's going wrong unless we look at what our cost of service is? I'm sure if we're doing really well, people want to look at our cost of service. If we're not, it's one set of information, a traditional set of information to decide where something may be going wrong. So I don't think that should be categorically excluded.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. I was just going to also follow up, I guess, with you folks. Right, the City and County of Honolulu in their presentation this morning basically stated that, right, when the rating agencies take a look around, that it's just not the quantitative numbers. It's also the qualitative numbers. And I heard a percentage offered by Ulupono. I think it was like 60-40 qualitative versus quantitative. Is that what you folks see too? I mean, it's just not the numbers, right? There's these other things about quality of the company, quality of what they're doing.
That's absolutely right, Commissioner Assumption. There is that breakdown. Part of it, I'm going to ask Payne in a moment to kind of add a little more color to that. We've had some real world experience with that, but that's absolutely right. They're looking at numbers, right? They're not just going to look at the numbers. What's the regulatory environment? What are the trends? If something's off kilter, well, why? What's the political environment? What are, you know, a number of other factors? So there's a feel part to it that they use in their judgment. They're going to look at, you know, our relationship with the commission and other things. But maybe Payne can, you know, kind of give us some of the other factors that are considered besides those numbers.
Hi, Commissioner Assumption. Thanks for the question. We meet with our regular rating agencies on a regular basis. All three rating agencies look at a combination of both quantitative and qualitative. And the percentage that Mr. Clay did cite was looking at specifically Moody's credit rating factors. And they do point to quantitative or their financial credit metrics as being 40% of the weighting as they look at companies. As you know, in addition to just looking at the credit metrics, and as Mr. Viola pointed out, the credit rating agencies also look at the regulatory framework, you know, the consistency and predictability of regulation. They look at the ability to recover costs and earn returns. In our conversations, rating agencies will often ask, where are we earning relative to our allowed ROEs? And they also look at the environment in which we operate in terms of our generation and fuel diversity. So that's what they look at.
Okay, and included with that, Ms. Sycamore, would be something like, okay, like what we're doing now, right? We're trying to come up with a PBR framework that, you know, is hopefully quote unquote workable, but behind that there's right that we can explain it very plainly, it's understandable, there's some predictability in what that framework might be. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. As you may know, the rating agencies have followed this PBR proceeding very closely from the inception back in 2018. We have numerous meetings with them, always asking what the framework is looking like, and they some of the more recent commentary on PBR coming from the rating agencies include information from S&P. Where, you know, they look at PBR reform, reducing a regulatory lag, providing it with more stable and predictable cash flows through its formulaic ARA. And they also do mention that with the new PBR framework, if implemented successfully, and they would have to see what that decision is, it could be credit supportive. Right now, they put us on positive outlook, which means that they are encouraged by what they see in PBR. It is a wait and see, depending on what decisions come out. They do indicate that they could revise their outlook in the next 18 to 24 months if there's, depending on regulatory decisions, including what comes out of this PBR. And on the flip side, they also that an upgrade could happen within 18 to 24 months, depending on the implementation of PBR and what types of mechanisms or the framework design.
So let me just give you one more question in my mind, speaking about the rating agencies. How important is, you know, say the first year of implementation, or will they wait, you know, some period of time to really look at how PBR is working, right? Not only for the company, but also for the state.
Yeah, well, I can't speak for the rating agencies. Based on what I've seen in previous mechanisms such as decoupling, the rating agencies will look at how it's going, how it's actually operating. And so while we may have the framework for PBR laid out, it's really the implementation and what kinds of mechanisms are there in place and how it's operating. So I would venture to guess that it wouldn't be an immediate type of reaction from the rating agencies. We'll get indications, but they would like to see how it's operating. And we've seen that in the past when decoupling was put into place as an example. And also when some of you may recall the purchase power adjustment clause was put in, they wanted to understand how it actually functions.
All right.
If I could add to that, Commissioner Assumption. Sure. So agree with everything Payne said, obviously. I think one of the things they're really going to be looking at, and they won't be able to tell up front, is, are we going to be able to achieve any new PIMs that are established? They'll obviously look at what the ARE values are. They'll run their own numbers, and then they'll look at the potential PIMs available. And the first question they're going to have is, okay, it sounds you've got an opportunity here. Is it a meaningful opportunity? Are you going to be able to achieve those PIMs? There's obviously a lot of factors that go into that, but I think that's probably the type of wait and see that they're going to look at towards the end of the year, as opposed to deciding up front whether, forming a full judgment on the new framework. Thank you.
Safe to say that they'll look at the entire package, the entire framework, and not just the financial side.
As well.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely, Commissioner. When we've been asked, it's a package approach. If you just look at one of the pieces, obviously they're all important, but the most important thing is how do they all operate as a comprehensive package? So yes, I agree.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Viola, Mr. Williams, and Ms. Sekimura. My next area, I believe, is the County of Hawaii. So let me just hold on. Mr. Mold from the City and County of Honolulu, just a question for you. You noted in your presentation for MPIR, which would include not only exceptional investments or exceptional projects that are invested within, but also looking at resilience project, EOT projects, social equity. I assume that's the LMI component, and then you also said, right, the exceptional investments. So, and you heard today, right, I think HECO is also okay with including resilience type projects that might be major projects. I'm assuming that, right, some of these resilience EOT social equity projects might not be quote unquote exceptional, but it needs to be done, right? Are you saying that those should be included, all of those, if they're not exceptional, or do the resilience EOT social equity type projects need to be exceptional as well, or transforming, or whatever word you want to use?
Our position is that, thank you for the question, Commissioner Assumption. Our position is that those should be included in MPIR if they're over 2.5 million or whatever threshold is set by the Commission in the guidelines that come out of this proceeding.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Moving on to the County of Hawaii, Mr. McCoy. I just had a question, right? I understood your customer dividend proposal, right? Either 4% variable, or the graduated version starting at 0%, working way up to 4%. My question, right, and you mentioned that the 4% would continue, right, into year 5 and probably beyond, depending on where we go with the control period. But my question was going to be, what happens at the end? Does it say, right, there's 5 years in the control period, and you readjust? Is it going back to 0 in year 0 or year 1 of the the next control period, if you will?
Well, I think we envisioned it as an ongoing dividend, so it would exist through the control period and then persist at the same level after that.
Okay, so it's 4% forevermore after that.
Yeah, I think obviously subject to constraints. If it's going poorly and there's clearly a need to intervene to protect the company's financial health, then yeah, you would change that. But our vision is this is a long-term customer dividend.
Okay. And then just another, and this is actually my last question. You mentioned, right, using the savings for possible debt relief. Are you talking like all debt for a low to moderate income person or family that kind, or are you just talking about the energy portion?
The energy portion, the only what the commission would really have the ability to deal with.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I was looking at more of the nexus, right? That what are we covering versus
right, of course,
broader debt that these families might incur. I don't have any more questions, Mr. Chairman. I will yield back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Potter.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today and delivering such excellent presentations, very informative. It's phenomenal to see the progress that we've made in this proceeding. I think all of you agree. So exciting to get to this point. I only have a few questions today, so we'll take it easy on everyone. I'd like to start with you, Mr. Viola, to kick this off. There's been a great deal of emphasis that's been placed on the credit rating of the utility, and justifiably so. Certainly, where we stand today is not optimal, and ideally, I know that we would like to address, that credit rating and bring that up. One of the things that I found that was really profound to me was in the CA's response and their reply SOP. What they stated in there was that the cost of improving the credit rating can exceed the benefits and the savings to ratepayers. And I was blown away by that thought of thinking about the actual effort and the expense and that goes into improving a credit rating. Throughout this proceeding, HECO has certainly asserted how important it is to improve that credit rating. Is there any comments that you can provide to us in regards to how that cost may be higher and how than the benefits, or just respond to the CA's position on that altogether?
Yes, absolutely. It's a great question. It may not surprise you to understand we certainly don't necessarily agree with the consumer advocate's position on that. But however, we have someone who can help us with that. Mr. Todd Shipman is one of our consultants. In fact, he's filed reports on exactly what you're asking about. And most recently, it's attachment B to the company's reply statement of position, addresses that point thoroughly, I believe. But we have Mr. Shipman online, so maybe I can redirect it to him if that's okay.
Yes, thank you, Joe. It is an important question. There are obvious savings that come from better credit ratings, just as if you had a better credit rating, you can get a better rate from the bank if you went and borrowed money. So you can quantify those things, and those go out for 10 years, 30 years. It's a very real benefit. The cost is the other side of the ledger that you're asking about. Harder to quantify. Certainly, we're making the case, and we showed in an IR and in the discussion in the reply SOP that Mr. Viola referenced, that we think certainly up front the costs are minimal. The costs are really about getting the rating agencies comfortable with the idea that the regulatory environment in Hawaii has improved. And that goes right back to Commissioner Asuncion's point about the qualitative, the quantitative. It's not higher ROEs and thicker equity ratios, even though those are very important parts of credit analysis, but it's actually that qualitative thing. the other concept that he sort of hit on, and the rating agency code word for it is transparency. So a lot of what we're trying to accomplish in this proceeding is about stepping off into this new world of PBR. It's not all completely new for HECO or for Hawaii itself, but it is, we're stepping out and having that transparency about how it's going to work and the forward-looking nature of credit analysis, having that assurance that there's a steady hand at the till at the PUC and everything is an important part of that. And so I think those are, I hesitate to use the word cost-free or something like that, but those are things that don't necessarily require higher rates or anything like that. It's just that assurance that bondholders have, and that's who the rating agencies are really representing, and all investors really, mostly bondholders. That's what they're looking for to come out of this PBR proceeding. That would give them the leverage to go to committee and say, we think the credit rating is better here. And it really has nothing to do with the quantitative side, at least initially.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that response, and certainly thank you for putting it in writing in the record as well. So I'm glad to have it in both locations. Thank you. So I have another question it's probably going to go, well, no, it's just going to be directed at you, Mr. Viola. And I'm sorry, because Mark asked too about the pilot. And one of the things I want to impress upon HECO is that this is the way that I see the pilot opportunity is really the component of innovation. It allows the utility to be more flexible, to bring in new ideas, to try out new business models, to engage with customers in a unique way. It's really an opportunity for us to streamline that regulatory process, making those improvements on our side of the aisle, and say, here's this fast track, if you will, or something similar to that. I'm curious at this juncture, it feels as though that component of the PBR regime has not been well developed. And I'd like to hear your take on that. And if you have any ideas of where we're going before we get to the end of the road here and issuing a decision in December. So what are your thoughts on that?
To be candid, Commissioner Potter, I agree with you that hasn't, and that's on us as well, that we haven't developed that as well as we can. And, if I can be honest, there's been a lot of ground to cover in this docket, and I think we've been doing our best. Everyone has been. I'm impressed by everybody's efforts. And we're focusing on where we think we should be focusing. That is an area that I think could require more focus. I think that's something the commission could come out with their decision in order December and not necessarily have to decide, say, look, we want more input on that. I certainly think that that's an area that is ripe for collaboration with the parties. I think that's probably something everybody wants. We certainly do. So I'll acknowledge that it hasn't been as developed as we would like. We certainly did a better job of developing it for the EOT pilot proposals. If we can, carve out a little bit of time, I know there's an expectation that we need to move faster and everything. I agree with that. If we could have a little bit of time probably to work with some of the parties, I think we could probably do a better job developing something, building off of what the commission suggested we do for EOT.
Okay, that's helpful. I'd like to open that up to any of the other parties to comment on the pilot component of this proceeding. Is there any other party that would like to comment upon the development of that type of mechanism, if you will? No pressure.
Murray Clay with Ulupono. I can make a brief comment if that's okay.
Great, thank you, Murray. Appreciate it.
So I appreciate Mr. Viola's reference to the framework for the EOT pilots. I think something like that, where there's clear qualifications, there's goals, there's requirements, there's reporting, it's laid out in advance. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't have my video on. That's laid out in advance, and that there is a budget, a total dollar amount per year, for example, that could be available for those innovative projects. But if we're talking about innovation, ultimately we're talking about speed. Anything that is administratively complex will cut innovation out. And so the one small contribution that we made to that conversation, I think, is that we indicated that as long as those requirements are met, reporting is provided for, and the budget is not exceeded, that approval of these pilots should be on an assumed approval unless it's rejected within a very short time frame. So, for example, the commission gets all the required reporting in the structure and format that's required, identifying all the components, similar to the way it was done with the EOT framework. And as long as the commission doesn't say no, for example, within whatever days, it can go forward. And I think that speed is the key for innovation, but you need to have a budget.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. That was very helpful. I do appreciate that. Anyone else want to jump in on that ripe, juicy topic?
Henry, Life of Land. Pilot projects are always very interesting, as long as not only the commission has time to react very quickly, but other stakeholders have a chance to react and to say something to the commission if they need to.
Duly noted. Thank you. All right. So I guess I have one last question for our HECO team. And this is going to be a little bit off out in left field. So are there any concerns with the company that we would establish criteria and requirements for MPIR that could stifle innovation and investment that would be beneficial to Hawaii?
Yeah, so I mean, we're trying to, I don't want to sound like Mike Brosh said that we're going to present a parade of horribles, we're pessimistic. I don't think that's the case. It really comes down to how things are designed. But yes, I mean, this is important stuff. So I think what could potentially stifle innovation is, I've heard the suggestions for a couple hours today from other parties about how we should limit our ability to make investments. So obviously, if we're going to have pilot projects, those potentially require investments over time to make, that must be financially, it's not only financial integrity, it's to sustain our company's financial integrity to continue to provide services and do things we want to do. So yes, if there's in our view, a real tight squeeze on the revenues we have available to do everything, and really when it comes down to it, once we get revenues, we have to make choices subject to commission and other parties review. We got to decide what to invest in. So if there's a limited pie of revenues to make investments, potentially, pilot or innovative type projects could get squeezed out. Now, obviously, when we look at that, we're going to, like any business, we're going to make a judgment call. Those may provide tremendous value, so maybe they wouldn't get squeezed out. I'm not saying that's going to be the result. I am saying that's a concern for us, that if the notion, again, is restrict investments for the sake of containing costs, I think that's the wrong way to go about it. I think it really should be the X factor, and everything should be designed to decide how much revenue we get to based on what's expected of us. But if there is that's one of the potential examples. There is, early in this docket, Commissioner Potter, you had asked that one of the issues, I believe, early on in phase one was other regulatory reform. And early on, that included the innovation projects. And based on the Commission's phase one decision and order, that was, we decided we would address those collectively at a future time. At the end of the docket, some of these issues came back up. I still think, again, and it's consistent with what Mr. Clay just said, we can further look at those. But that's our concern a little bit, that there are going to be choices that have to be made. There are going to be PIMs to encourage certain conducts, and we've said all the way back to the decoupling reexamination docket in 2014, incentives work. So those will help us if they're achievable, but that's our concern overall. I'm not sure if there's anyone else on our team who wants to add to that. Mike's not on our team, not yet. I know he wants to be, he aspires to be, but not yet.
You
Mike.
called me out.
Mr. Brosh, if you'd like to comment, that'd be fine. That'd be great.
Yes. First, I would say that the design of the MRP doesn't preclude the utility from investing in anything that has the potential for new revenues or incremental cost savings. that they can justify through internal vetting of alternative investments. I'm not aware of any limited access to new capital if the company sees an attractive opportunity. On the subject of innovation, I would say that the consumer advocate responded in its RSOP on that topic, noting that adoption of MRP or continuing MRP is actually very supportive of innovation in that it creates considerable freedom for the utility to find and exploit opportunities without having to defend before a regulator the money they spent in startup costs to pursue something, and with not having to share with customers the revenues that might be achieved or the cost savings that are enabled by innovative new investments. So, I think MRP is very supportive and grants incremental freedom to all the parties to collaborate and find opportunities to expedite regulatory review and be less concerned about ratepayer subsidization of the startup costs of ventures that are questionable. Thanks for the opportunity.
No, that was great. Thank you. Very helpful. Okay. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back to you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thanks. Two options. How are people feeling? Do we need another break or carry on through the end? I'm looking at Joe because my first questions are for Hawaiian Electric.
I'd rather, to be honest, I'd rather get it over with. This is the part I feared.
Come on, it's not going to be that bad.
Okay,
so we'll go.
I'm ready to go.
We'll carry forward. I think. Let's see. I'm going to share so I won't mess this up. Okay. So I think this will be focused on Mr. Viola and Mr. Williams. So this, again, these are some follow-ups to Mr. Kayetsu's questions. I'm just trying to continue interpreting what I saw on the table this morning in your presentation. Again, trying to understand, you had a number of scenarios, but this is the first scenario you presented to us. So presumably this is, one of your leading cases. And so just correct me if my interpretation is off here, but if I look at this line, right, this is what you're saying, total target revenues. And the base is starting with the ARA adjustment plus whatever additional MPIR adjustment is for that year. So this is your total target revenue pre-tax. And this is the base, and then this is how it increases over the time frame here. So do I have that interpretation correct?
I think that I am going to ask for help on Tom, and probably Trung will need help. But Tom, could you confirm that, please?
Yeah, I'm having a lot of technical difficulties on my end. So if Trung could start, I would point out that I did do a calculation just so you could compare on total target revenue what the starting point would be. So you can see the total increase, but and to gross it up for revenue tax, so you can compare that bottom line of total target revenue. And the number was for the 2020 comparable number would be 723,710,000.
So that should be right here.
And then it shows
that
should be right. Right. And we didn't put it there because that's not what you actually get. That's not what you actually get in the base year, but it's the base upon which you're doing adjustments.
But if I just want to know the apples to, if I take this line, pre-tax total target revenue, and then compare that difference to the years in the future, is that a fair, that's the incremental growth in revenue per all of the elements in this table. Is that the right interpretation?
That is correct. That's excluding revenue tax on that line.
Correct. So if I take the 2025 number compared to base, that's the growth in total target revenues over the the MRP.
That is, but it doesn't pick up the rate case number, which is further for the 2025 rate case number. That's further down.
Correct. We'll get to that in a minute. I want to, so if I took that number for Hawaiian Electric 2025 to base, I think that was actually 119 million, call it 120. The next slide, I believe it was about 35 million for Hawaii Electric Light. For MECO, about 40 million. So pre any rate case, we're talking about roughly a $200 million increase in target revenues over the MRP in this scenario 5. Ballpark, I rounded the 35 to 40. So subject to check, it's your guys' table, but that's how I read what you presented to us this morning. With the rate case, 46 million for Hawaiian Electric. What I had, and it was 17, I believe, for Hawaii Electric Light, 7 million for MECO. So that's another 70 million. So if I'm understanding the growth in target revenues plus the rate case is a $270 million increase over this time frame. That subject to check, it's your table, but that's when I looked at these lines and do the math, that's what I get. Now if I count the base target revenues, that's 960 million. So we're talking about, well, it's 270 million over 960 million. So percentage increase, approximately 30%. That's what I get out of reading the 3 different tables. Is that correct?
If I want to look at the total, I can go down to the bottom line, and my start point was the 723 million, and I'm increasing, if you're looking at 2026 number, to 931 million in total. So that's
sure. I know. I went pre-tax just to keep it comparable because I didn't have, but so I'm just, that's what I calculate out of here. And what I take from the subsequent, and this again, I think market confirmed, this is before any PIMs. I'm not sure anyone had talked about what, well, the management audit savings are assumed into here, but any other sorts of efficiencies assumed through the MRP here?
Mr. Trung Mr. Ha would have to respond to that. I think there was an IR that tried to address that to some extent.
Okay.
Yeah, so the other efficiencies that are built in here, are from the ERP docket. So those are embedded as well, along with the management audit savings. And then the escalation factor that we did use for O&M. So we used a 2% annual escalation factor through our time period here. And so if you compare that 2% escalation factor for O&M, and that's generally, less than, the companies have historically seen. And so, that represents, much lower escalation going forward through this time period. Typically, the companies will have to respond to, different events or unplanned work, which, have traditionally driven O&M increases of that 2% level. And so we try to, embed efficiencies by using that 2% escalation factor.
Okay, so what I think I heard was that you've assumed some level of savings, some growth in O&M, and so on the net, when you calculate your ROE, they all net out, and that's the basis of your projected realized ROE. Is that fair assessment?
Yeah, I mean, all those assumptions and inputs, flow through our models to derive the ROEs that you've seen in our prior filings. Yes.
Okay. Okay, and just we look forward to the graphs 26 and 27. So it was, if I remember right, it was this scenario 5B, which Mr. Williams, you talked about this morning. This under this assumption of holding the rate case, the end of the MRP is under the three companies. That was the only one of these where you approached earning your authorized ROE, was at least the takeaway message to me. Is that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And the reason for the rate case, if I understood the later discussion, was down here on slide 32. And I'm again, this is conjecture. That's why I'm asking to confirm. There's assumptions about which of these projects up here would be included or excluded from MPIR and the ARA, but the assumed 60 million for asset management, resilience, reliability projects. If I understood your commentary correctly this morning, there was the need for the rate case because this was the reason for the under earning. And so at the end of the time period, you need the rate case to reestablish rates to earn based on the addition of the rate base for these projects. Is that accurate?
My understanding is that the primary reason for the revenue shortfall would be that you're not recovering the revenue requirement associated with all of the revenue requirement associated with the level of new project adds. So fundamentally, I think your understanding is correct, but if Trung would want to add to that.
Correct. So the rate case would true up for anything that's not in that MPIR project section. Again, like I touched on earlier, the sections, that MPIR project section translates to the revenues in that MPIR line.
Okay, and that was where there was some, I believe that was the questions with Mr. Viola, there was some uncertainty still because this could consist of a number of different categories and some discussion whether resilience would be in or not for MPIR. But that was still a fraction of the total. But basically the way I look at this, there's an assumption of $420 million of capital spending through this time period. I was a little surprised when Mr. Ching was asked about what these projects consist of, and there was really no details associated with it. It was not really known what they would consist of. They were kind of categorical. We're talking about over $400 million of new investment, and there's not a clear understanding of the details of what this would entail, yet it triggers the need for a rate case at the end of this time period. Is that accurate?
I would Mr. Ching respond to that, but I think that there is an explanation for the 60 million, and there is an exhibit that tries to explain the 60 million. And most of the 60 million relates to T&D asset projects, and there are many categories for those that have been detailed. But I would let Mr. Ching respond to that.
Yeah, so Chair Griffin, in Exhibit P1, we have a section in there that speaks to the details for additional CapEx for asset strategies, for reliability, and for resilience. We have a table that shows CapEx for asset strategies in a scenario where we're looking to catch up in our asset strategy implement within a 3-year period and a 5-year period. Then we have a section that has details on what's contained within our current reliability strategy, as well as what's in our current resilience strategy by different types of programs and projects for each of those. So there's quite a bit of detail in there. Where perhaps I wasn't as clear as I should have been was the $60 million does not have sort of like a dollar for dollar tack to each of those particular programs in specificity. As Mr. Williams mentioned, I think earlier when Mr. Koetsu asked the question, the $60 million represents a scenario that is based upon what additional work we've identified in those three categories: asset, strategies, reliability, and resilience. But then doesn't just directly apply all of the dollars to it, because there are other factors that can affect what ultimately we do, such as the resources to actually implement this work. And that's where the $60 million came from for the purposes of the scenario.
Okay. I realize there's more detail here, but I'm reacting to what you included in your presentation. And we've got more ground to cover. I just want to be clear, the way it was presented, this takes us down a path of fairly significant rate increase, at least according to what is provided here as the financial analysis is necessary to achieve these levels of ROE. That, I mean, to me, that's a key takeaway.
Mr. Chairman, I think you're correct. It is a significant amount. The actual amount we calculated when it's grossed up is an increase from $723 million in 2020 to $931 million, which is $208 million over 6 years. That's about $35 million a year. That's not a small number.
How about for the three companies?
Yeah,
that was for Hawaiian Electric.
Sitting here, I haven't done the same thing for the other two companies. But on a while, I do have the total revenue is about $2 billion. So that's why the net increase to customers is less than 2%. But still, $208 million over 6 years is not an insignificant number. It is a significant amount.
Okay. I want to change course here and hopefully bring Mr. Clay up. Mr. Clay, I have your slide number 18. I believe tried to paint, or let me again, my interpretation, what I saw, tried to paint a different path forward. And if I'm looking at, this is your near-term financial and bill impacts, from the financial analysis, Ulupono is done, of course, with all the same assumptions. But if I read this slide, one, you're showing better financial performance for Ulupono under the Ulupono proposal versus.
The slide isn't up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chair Griffin, you may need to unshare and reshare the screen.
Okay. Excuse my. Here we go. How about that?
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. Mr. Clay, this is your slide number 18.
Yes.
And what I've interpreted as kind of the short-term projection you have, right, again, from 2021 to 2028, under your assumptions, financial analysis, you're showing better financial returns for the companies versus status quo, slightly lower rate impact. Can you just, you just heard the discussion. Can you help us better understand, what leads to this path versus the one that we just talked about?
Okay. So this path shows can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This path shows the HECO resource plan, which, to be clear, and this is probably one of the main sources of difference that you might be focusing on, the HECO resource plan is, we believe, as shared in the SOP as well as HECO's communications with us in March. So we believe we faithfully reproduced the resource plan, but this does use generic T&D costs and does not importantly include all those extra MPIR projects and asset strategy projects. So this is their resource plan without all those extra projects, just the existing MPIRs such as Westlock and Schofield and all the things that you would expect to be in there. We did also have a separate one that had higher MPIR amounts and higher O&M amounts, but this is just the base case, which is their resource plan with status quo, meaning pre-PBR regulation, as compared to Ulupono scenario 2.1, which, if you recall, required the utility to get to the corrected RPS numbers in 2030, 2040, and 2045 with the PBR construct that we're proposing. So it compares status quo regulation to all of the PIMs, the X factor, all the different pieces that we've proposed in our PBR docket, but with a scenario that would be pursued with those PBR incentives in place. Was that clear, or should I?
No, I think that's clear. If I were to, again, correct me if I'm wrong, right, you present a different set of incentives, you've assumed a different set of a different behavior from the utility, and it results in different outcomes.
Exactly right.
Okay, but maybe one that we could call closer to win-win.
Yes, I think
win-win, right? Utility financials, customers, society, if we look at the clean energy and other types of goals.
Exactly, yes. It's lower rates for ratepayers, especially if you look at the long term beyond the first few years here. It is higher ROE for the utility, and it's a higher level of renewable energy achieved faster.
Okay. And then just to further underscore that, you can go into the long term and just you take another crack at this. You said it was your favorite slide, so I'll give you some more time to expand on it.
Thank you, Chair. And I would point out, as I mentioned before, Chair, this was not an engineered response. We did not change our resource plan. We did not change our PBR construct. We did not force this result, but rather this result was drawn out of the Commission's IR to the parties number 5, specifically 5C, which did involve, to be honest, a lot of extra work and scrambling on our side to try to faithfully reproduce the HECO resource plan without, again, all those extra MPIR and asset strategy projects in it, and then apply the existing regulatory construct, for example, with the one-sided ESM and the smaller portfolio of PIMs and so forth versus our proposed PBR. And just to be completely frank and honest, I was just hopeful that we wouldn't see higher rates, as the consumer advocate has discussed their concerns. I was hopeful that we wouldn't see higher rates because of those PIMs and everything else. And I was actually quite delighted to find, after essentially being forced, if you will, to do that analysis from the IR, that just as the companies themselves have said, faster adoption of renewables, which would be inspired by the PBR incentives we have in place, does result in lower rate growth. And on that topic, I'd point out that this uses that flat assumption of 2% for inflation. So what we see here with Ulupono's PBR proposal and that faster adoption of renewables is a real reduction in rates over time. Again, if inflation is 2% and you're going up by 1.2% compounded annual growth rate, you're seeing a real reduction in rates, which I think is a fairly astonishing outcome.
Thank you for that. I would just maybe make the option. The one of my takeaways from this is your prior slide showed near-term benefits, and the message here is the benefits grow and solidify over time. Is that a?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So that those are questions just generated from the discussion this morning. Questions that I have for everyone have been touched on, but I want to bring it back to Hawaiian Electric has said financial integrity is high priority. It's been kind of the prominent feature of your briefings. And I just want to highlight for everyone the most recent ratings agency reports that have been filed in the docket. Fitch's are Exhibit A to Hawaiian Electric's reply statement of position. S&P is CA-IR 9. Moody's is CA-IR 19. But just to bring it, some of the questions on those folks' minds to front center here for all of us. I want to just read out, and I have them here. You can bring them up. I'm going to read out select parts of each of the company's different reviews of this docket. But you can read them for yourselves. And I'm going to ask each of the parties to respond or provide some commentary on different parts of this. But I want to start with, and the important thing is there's a range of views here. There's not a kind of one solidified viewpoint. There's 3 ratings companies, there's other financial analysts. Obviously, we've heard from some of them. But if I start with Fitch, it's highlighting a couple areas in their most recent rating. Fitch Ratings believes the move towards performance-based rate making to be implemented by the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission by the end of 2020 is an intermediate concern that Fitch will continue to monitor. On the second page, under a section called Changing Regulatory Construct, Fitch is concerned that a PBR construct may add more uncertainty to cash flows and earnings compared with the current cost of service construct. A little bit later, last paragraph for that section, while the PBR Phase 1 order emphasizes the financial stability of the utility and allows for upside and downside revenue sharing, Fitch believes balancing rate savings for customers while improving customer access to distributed generation and rooftop solar and meeting the aggressive clean energy goals will be challenging and may shift some additional risk to the utility. So what I want to ask the non-utility parties to respond to, we'll get to in a second. In your proposals, what I read here is this rating agency is concerned about greater uncertainty in the utility's revenues over this time frame and risk. So in the elements of your proposals, how do you believe you've addressed those? Or in a different mindset, if you have to stand before their ratings committee, share with us what you think are the highlights that address their concern. So I think maybe, can I start with Blue Planet? Again, what in your proposal, or sorry, I'm going to start with the consumer advocate. In your proposal, what do you believe addresses the uncertainty in revenue and risk that Fitch has highlighted here?
This is Mike Brosh. Let me start with some high-level observations and then invite Steve Hill to comment if he'd care to add. With respect to revenue certainty, clearly the definition of an ARA that provides relatively automatic annual revenue increases to compensate for inflation around business as usual operations is a relatively certain revenue stream that is comparable to what has existed historically with the capped RAM. Continuation of all of the other tracking mechanisms for the largest costs the companies incur year over year for fuel and purchased power provides tremendous revenue certainty that most rating agencies have noticed here of late in comparing utilities that don't have the benefit of full revenue decoupling and the exposure they have to revenue and earnings volatility caused by COVID conditions. Continuation of the MPIR that provides an opportunity for additional cost recovery for all the qualifying projects for activities beyond business as usual in a fully compensatory way should be viewed as favorable in what the consumer advocate and other parties are recommending. And then finally, the opportunity for new revenues, platform, innovative services, marketplace, and all of the PIMs and SSMs, while they bring with them risk, all represent new opportunities as well. And if we get it all wrong at the end of the day, the ESM mechanism puts guardrails around financial outcomes that preserve at least the quantitative metrics that rating agencies care about. And I guess I'd defer to Steve Hill if he cares to add to that.
Just briefly, Mike. I think as a background, we have to remember that Fitch gives HECO its highest, the highest of the three ratings. It's BBB plus, and so I think that they're concerned that the performance-based rate making will not live up to their expectations. I think they're worried. It seems to me they're worried that HECO might give too much away, or the commission might be stingy in some regards and make their earnings stream less reliable. But for the reasons Mike outlined, it seems to me that we're set up for a more reliable earnings stream with less volatility, which of course would be lower risk. If we do everything right, then it seems like that Fitch's expectations will not be confirmed, and there won't be additional risk involved with the new rate making scenario. So I think not that they're wrong, but I think they're being a little overly sensitive about the company giving away too much.
Okay, thank you. So I did jump the gun on my own questions. I did want to read the two other companies have a more positive outlook on what's going on here. And so S&P upgraded their outlook. Yeah, this has been commented on by the prior, so I'm not saying anything that people don't know, but I do want to read what they said. Positive outlook on HEI reflects the potential that PBR reform will reduce regulatory lag, provide it with stable and predictable cash flow, and modestly improve its financial measures. Specifically, we expect HEI's funds from operations to debt ratio to gradually improve to 18%. So was the page before. This is in their credit highlights. Hawaii is currently reforming its regulatory framework and transitioning to a performance-based rate-making regime. The new PBR framework, if implemented successfully and in a credit-supportive manner, could improve the stability and predictability of HECO and its subsidiary cash flows and increase their profitability. If we go to Moody's, and we've all met personally the person in charge of this. He's been out to visit us twice. They were the first ones to provide a positive outlook. And so if we go to their section saying PBR regulation could be a long-term profit and growth driver, there's a paragraph here. The HPUC is currently conducting the second phase of the PBR proceeding, which is scheduled to conclude with a commission decision at the end of 2020. We view the PBR initiative as an important credit positive because the concepts and adjustments that were proposed in the first phase, which include 5-year rate plans, reduced lag and current revenue adjustment mechanisms, and an ability to earn performance incentives, should ease HECO's renewable transition and enhance its cash flow and profitability. The proceedings are also an important indication of the HPUC's balanced approach to regulation. It takes into consideration customer cost and service, administrative efficiency, and utility financial integrity. So I want to move to Blue Planet going through. And so maybe just reframe a little bit. In the elements of your proposal, what do you think are supportive the two agencies that have a positive outlook that will contribute to a possible upgrade and address Fitch's concerns about uncertainty and risk?
Isaac? I would submit you could not eliminate enough risk to satisfy Fitch. They're a bond house and they are innately very conservative. So I think the note that you got from Fitch is actually not bad. They hold out possibilities, but they're kind of always worried about that. So that one doesn't really bother me, especially since we all know that what we're really doing is stepping off a small step away from the way you've been regulating. Moving to an index is very similar to having the RAM adjustment every year. It's been capped at inflation. I don't know what your decision is going to be in this case, but it shouldn't be all that far from that. So I think that Fitch is overreacting. In terms of those who see the upside, I believe that's exactly what many of us have been saying. I made a swipe this morning in my opening comments about HECO seeming to know where their rate of return was going to be every year for the next 7 years and when they would actually need a rate case. Well, that's pretty stodgy thinking in my book, because you're offering the company a run of 5 years in which they can make changes to their operations that yield higher earnings. Now, except for the fact that they might be taken away in a earnings sharing mechanism, that's clear upside for the company. So I concur, obviously, obviously, in the ratings of the comments of Moody's and S&P. I've known principals at S&P, at Moody's and at S&P, but at Moody's over the years, and I've spoken to them. I don't know who's visiting you, but I've spoken to them, and they do see that regulation can be improved. They cast the issue in terms of regulatory lag. I usually see it in a little different light. You are, by entertaining the structure that came out of phase one, you're proposing to provide the utility with a trajectory of revenue increases that's going to be in the bank. I think Mike said this too. I think that's a very secure stream of increased revenues, and it happens every year on January the 1st or thereabouts. It's not something that the company has to save up the receipts and then come into the commission. So I do think that that's going to improve the, I guess I would call it cash flow, but what they like to say is the reduction in regulatory lag. So I'm not surprised by the notes, and I think it confirms what this commission set out to do a couple of years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Binns. We're going to run through everyone. So city and county, if you concur with others, that's fine. Also, Rocky. Yeah.
Yeah, I concur with that. I think, thank you for the question. I think putting an automatic index-driven adjustment on revenues that's somewhere around or near inflation provides a lot of certainty. And if I remember correct, most of the PIMs are focused more on upside reward rather than on downside reward. So the utility is actually going to be getting potential revenues for achieving some of these longer term goals that they may not have been getting before. And of course, the guardrails that are being contemplated also add to that certainty. So I concur with what others have said. Thank you.
Okay, County of Hawaii.
I would just offer my concurrence with what the consumer advocate said.
Okay, thank you. The DER parties.
We'd offer our concurrence as well, and maybe offer that part of a performance incentive or PBR mechanism is going to be judging based on performance, and that there is some inherent risk there. I think the commission is attempting to balance that risk with a focus, obviously, in maintaining stability, but to the extent that we want to push the envelope here over time, I think we have to recognize that there's going to be an upside if the company performs well and a downside if they don't, and that there is going to be some inherent risk there. I mean, I'm stating the obvious and concurring with others, but I do think that we, at some point, have to not shy away from that very real fact.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Life of Land, Mr. Curtis.
I think Fitch likes predictability and they're nervous about change. But I think the fact that the commission and all the parties have stressed financial integrity of the utility should put them at ease, more so than maybe they've demonstrated.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Clay in Ulupono, I know you put a lot of time and thought into this and analysis, so please offer your comments on the work you've seen in your proposal and how you would respond to you're sitting before any of these credit committees.
Thank you. So just running through the components quickly, it's important to note, as I presented this morning, that our earnings sharing mechanism was purposely structured for the purpose of avoiding a credit rating downgrade. And while there's been some complaint that it focuses mostly on quantitative factors, the fact that such an ESM would be adopted is itself a positive qualitative signal of the intent of the commission to try to protect the utility's credit rating. In addition to that, there is an explicit, for Ulupono's position, an explicit credit rating goal in our PBR review process that I discussed this morning. Again, it's not just awarding the utility additional revenues, but rather it's saying that if they take advantage of these opportunities that we're presenting them, if they take advantage of cost control opportunities, take advantage of these PIM earning opportunities, and they're doing well, let's say they're earning above authorized ROE, a lot of folks would assume that we might want to pull the carpet out from underneath and raise the bar on them, make it harder for them to do that in the future, that we might regret giving those opportunities if we see them doing well. And all that PBR review structure that I implied with the asymmetric scoring says, if they're doing all right and they're doing well in their PIMs and they're making extra money, leave them alone for a little while and don't raise the bar on them too quickly. That intent also goes to the qualitative side, I would argue, of credit ratings. In addition, as we've noted, the PIM amounts that we showed yesterday are substantial. They're about 2% roughly of ROE. They grow over time, so things tend to get better over time if they pursue those opportunities. And it's significant, as I've shown in the financial modeling, as we've just again discussed it with your question just recently, Chair. It looks like the utility has an opportunity to earn higher than historical and higher than authorized ROE. And the reason why one of the reasons we have confidence in this is, if I could refer briefly to, I'm not going to bring it up on the screen or anything, but just refer briefly to the company's RSOP Exhibit N, in which they examined the risk versus UI Planner for 4 of their scenarios. And for 3 of those 4 scenarios, they showed average annual differences in ROE between their results and our results of 20 to 30 basis points. So if they say 9.5, maybe we said 9.7, or maybe we said 9.3, for example. That is a very tight band. And if our results are that accurate, even relative to the UI Planner, I think we can only conclude that these earnings opportunities are real and that there is an opportunity for the utility to really prosper under this. I would be actually very optimistic that this could be very good for the utility and the ratepayers we've presented. And then, of course, just one last point, that the MPIR is a relief valve when needed for extraordinary projects back to cost of service regulation when it's absolutely needed. And there is the reduced lag that many folks have mentioned, which helps. And for all those things that you just can't possibly expect, there's the Z factor. So I think there's so many guardrails, safety factors, relief valves, and structure that's built for the utility to have a fair opportunity, not just to earn their authorized, but potentially to exceed it. I would be very encouraged by this if I was a credit rating agency.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. I believe I'll let it up to Mr. Viola. Did want to leave Hawaiian Electric last, let you have the last word on this. Obviously, affects your organization the most. I will say we will all have to respond and answer to these folks when the commission makes a final decision. So it's probably why I want to hear what everyone else thinks. But we know the inquiries will come in. So just want to let you comment further.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chair. And actually, it's an excellent question, and we can talk about all these different mechanisms. And ultimately, for us, it is pretty significant how the credit analysts are going to look at this. I just want to make one comment on Ulupono's scenario, the one that looked like a win-win for everybody. We like that too, but Murray acknowledged is a significant, that scenario that he painted is based significantly on the resource plan that Mr. Fripp has come up with, which includes a lot of wind on Oahu, which includes a lot more solar on Oahu, and we're running out of space and there's resistance. So I bring that up to raise one of the concerns we have. Why hasn't our credit rating been upgraded already? Because it depends on exactly what you do. You're talking about, Chair. You have the pen. You can put the pen to paper, you and the other commissioners, and decide a new framework. They like what they've been reading from the commission, so do we. But the details are going to matter. The opportunity to earn significantly on PIMS, a lot of Ulupono's financial scenarios assume, pretty healthy performance on achieving the PIMS. We hope that's the case, but that's what they're going to be looking at. What are the opportunities? How realistic are those to achieve those? They want to know what is real. They want to know what the details are. If I could, I'd like to turn it over to someone who has more expertise on that than me, Mr. Shipman.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, I appreciate the question. As the person here who's chaired thousands of committees over my time at S&P, it's a very very good question that you hit upon, Mr. Chairman. This is something where I think the military people would call this a target-rich environment. So I'll try to contain myself here and stay on topic because there's so many different aspects of this. But I'll build on what some of the other parties have already said. I probably agree with Mr. Hill in terms of the Fitch attitude towards all this is probably colored by the fact that they do have a higher rating, actually at the target that we're the short-term target that the companies have identified. So they're probably feeling a little more exposed about their rating and the uncertainties that can come from a proceeding like this. If you go back to phase one, I filed a report. It was in Exhibit 7 of the regulatory assessment brief, where I talked at the outset of this whole proceeding that the onus was on the parties here to overcome what was going to be a very natural skepticism on the part of the rating agencies and fixed income investors about what could happen in this proceeding. And some of the things that we talked about in that brief of putting in, I think the other parties just talk about guardrails and off ramps and all that. Those, how important it is to contain the risk of stepping off into a new way of doing regulation for the companies was important. And I think that's what Fitch is probably missing. I think the companies have some work to do to try to highlight those aspects of everything for Fitch. On the other hand, I wouldn't be overly concerned about what they're saying. There's a little bit of covering themselves with it. I think if they were truly concerned, they would not have the stable outlook that they have. So I think they're just trying to make sure that they don't get caught out. What I would disagree with is I think Mr. Hill said they thought maybe the company was going to give away the store in this proceeding or something like that. I don't think it's that. I think it really is just that they haven't focused on those safeguards that everybody has been talking about right from the beginning of this proceeding. That doing regulation in a different way is a good thing, giving good incentives to the company to do the right thing and invest wisely and meet the state's energy goals and all is a good thing. But having those, I'll add an analogy: the safety net, underneath the circus guys. That's an important part of all this. As far as the other two, my interpretation of S&P and Moody's is that they're viewing this as an avenue for the company to be able to earn its return. That's really what rating agencies look for as a primary way of evaluating a regulatory environment. And the companies have had a fairly long-standing difficulty, given a lot of the way that rate making has been done in the past in Hawaii, of actually earning their return. And so they're focusing on that upside as well as those safeguards, and seeing a future where the regulatory risk is actually being reduced, and that's that qualitative aspect of all this that we talked about before. And I think I'll stop there. There's a lot more we can say about all this, but I think the parties here have done a good job of overcoming that initial skepticism, as I mentioned, that any rating agency analyst is going to have about trying something new in terms of regulation.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shipman. I'm going to conclude my questions there because I agree. Now we have this all recorded, and so when the questions come later, I'm going to play all of your answers. That concludes my questions. The examination portion of the revenue mechanisms panel, and so we'll conclude the day here today, just to give people some insight. We will pick up again tomorrow for the closing statements. I hope all of you will be okay with it. We're going to start a little bit later, give us a little bit more time, breathing room in the morning. So tomorrow we'll start at 10 o'clock. We'll open up the Webex at 9. We're just going to run through we have, if I calculated it right, people about an hour, 15 minutes of requested time. So basically we're going to run through in the morning. Those are the closing statements, and we'll bring the hearing to a conclusion there. Let's see, I think that's it for the day. I want to thank everyone again for all your work. It's been a remarkable 2 days, and aloha. We're going to go into recess, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.